Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a code Q&A. So today I'm going to do my best to answer any questions that you might have. And it's going to be a pretty chill stream. Basically, whatever questions you got, I'll answer them. So if you go to vox.coding.garden, this has questions that have been asked like a few weeks ago. But you can ask a question by doing !ask in the chat, followed by your question. It'll show up on this website, and I'll do my best to get to it and answer it. Also, if you go to this website, you can upvote existing questions. So if you do !upvote with the question number, those will bubble up a little bit more. And then also, if you've asked a question that you don't want to ask anymore, you can do !archive with the question number. And so then it'll disappear. But welcome in, everyone. Glad to have you. Yeah, I might check Discord too. So if you have asked a question in the Discord help forum, I'll probably check that out as well. Am I forgetting anything? I sent a tweet. I sent an email. I sent the Discord notification. Right? I think I did everything. What's up, Milky? Wow. Yeah, shouts out to Milky. What you up to, dude? Thanks for dropping in. I think we're ready. Let's welcome everybody in. I'm gonna say hi to everybody, and then we'll get to answer some questions. Working. Nice. All right. If you would like me to say hello to you, you can do. Hi, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, highest up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hiyo, vohayo, or boga hey. Say any one of these things. I will say hello right back to you. Codex says you should do a blue screen recording of a small version of you walking in the corner for explaining. What do you mean? Like explaining what all the things that I've done? And Pablo, thank you for the 27 months. That's a whole lot of support. I appreciate that. Explaining what? Because this sounds interesting. I could have an overlay, actually very similar to Finite Singularity. He has overlays where he like walks in on himself. Oh yeah, like I could click a button and I just walk out and explain it. Am I planning on recording more daily programmers? I am. I just haven't found the time to do it yet, but yeah, I want to do more. Basically, the daily programmers on my YouTube channel, I at least hope they will be relevant and exist for a while. So I definitely want to do more. I probably want to have like 50 of these because all of these would be like a good introduction to problem solving and a good introduction to JavaScript. So yeah, I definitely want to do more. All right. I'm going to say hello to you. Just say hello in the chat if you want me to acknowledge you. What's up, Mark, who said hello 20 minutes ago? How's it going? Hello, Pablo. What's up, Stas and BTRSL? What's up, Amara and Lester Wolf and Jack in the Bush and Ched and Zelino and Stony Eagle? What's up, Avi? Says, any idea how to add PayPal-based paywall to Chrome extensions? I was told I need to set up a server that will send requests to PayPal, so no remote scripts are allowed in Manifest version 3. Do !ask with this, and we can explore it. Because ultimately, I think it comes down to your extension will need to ping your own backend API to see if the user has paid. And you'll probably need like a user system so that they can log in. And you can probably do it without remote scripts. You'll just do it all through API requests. But do !ask so I don't lose it, because that'll be interesting to talk about all the parts and pieces of it. What's up, Salahuddin? Welcome, and hello, HTTP404, and what's up, Poblip, and Nishark, and hello, Debauda. What's up, Sejum84, how's it going? What's up, Jicom? Thank you. What's up, One Computer Guy, and Java Guy, and Milky, and I'm a Seal, and Dr. Thu, and Steph Builds. Hello, I'm a Burnt House, and Unloved Slug, and Eddie Crimea. What's up, Marky Hurst, and Super Secret Name. Hello, what's up, Verbatim, and Casey-on, and Charlie Talavera. What's up, Pranyan, and Daddy Ray. And Sequel Gorster, happy Wednesday to you too. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, Razorson, Jack in the Bush. Hello, what's up, old school rapper? if you didn't send a message that matches this regular expression, I missed it. But we got a first timer. Tahawe, hello, welcome in. Welcome to the Coding Garden. Also got a support. Yeah, we mentioned this, Pablo. Thank you for that 27 months. Let's kind of just get into it. Honestly, though, I need to get some water. I need to go to the restroom. Start asking questions. And Daddy Ray, I will answer yours. If you still have this question, I can answer it first today. But just let me know, no pressure. !archive if you don't want me to answer it anymore. I'll be right back, though. Hello? I'm back. I think somebody archived it for you, Daddy Ray. No worries. Oh no, it worked. Didn't it? I don't know. Great. Great. Welcome in, everyone. Que hace confit? What is confit? Sounds French. Candied? Confection? What's up? Confetti? Oh, I see. All right, welcome in, everybody. If you asked a question, and if you're just joining us, exclamation mark ask with your question. It'll show up on this website. I'll do my best to answer it. The first one we have is a math question. Simplify this. I can do it without pen and paper. So 4m and 2m go together. That is 6m, and then 5 minus 1 is 4. So 6m minus 4. And we could factor it as 2 times 3m plus 2. So that's it. That's it. All right. Shaman asks, how are you such a good teacher? Can I be you when I grow up? Just like with anything, a whole lot of practice. A whole lot of practice. A whole lot of practice. So if you look at the frequently asked questions, I talk about what I did before streaming. Oh, thank you, Hot Dents. I'm an explosion of confetti. That's fun. So yeah, and I taught at a coding boot camp for close to 3 years, and I just got good at teaching by doing it a lot. So like I think naturally I'm pretty good at breaking things down, and also the other thing that I think about a lot is like beginner's mind. And trying to think about things from the perspective of someone who knows nothing, someone who has even like no background knowledge, right? So like, I don't know, like Shurkum asking this question, when will I learn Laravel? In order for me to answer this, I actually would explain what Laravel even is and then explain PHP. But a lot of people might just jump right into it. But I kind of think about, okay, what is somebody who knows nothing about nothing, how would they interpret this question? And then I try to also answer it from that perspective as well. So, yeah, that's really my main technique is pretend like the person you're explaining things to knows absolutely nothing. Don't assume any knowledge, which is pretty hard to do. Like the more experienced you get, you forget all of your unconscious competencies. I think this is a real thing. Unconscious competency. I spelled unconscious wrong. The conscious. How do you spell unconscious? The 4 stages of competence. Unconscious competence. So, this is an old psychology thing. About how people learn, and you start off with unconscious incompetence. So like you don't know what you don't know, right? And then as you start to learn, you have conscious competence. So you know there are some things that you don't know. And then once you start to learn, you have conscious competence. So like you know the things that you know. And then like the expert level is unconscious competence. You've learned so many things that they've just become second nature. And this is the tricky part about teaching, is because you forget about all of these unconscious competencies. So there's a lot of things that you might skip over in your explanations. So yeah. My psychology degree? I don't know. I appreciate that, Stas. I mean, a lot of people like I guess also so for one, like explaining topics is like being good at teaching, but also like I said, I've had a lot of practice. Like just like I've had a lot of practice at getting good at programming, I've had a lot of practice at explaining concepts and being a teacher. So I have this in my frequently asked questions. I mentioned yeah, how'd you start live streaming? Yeah, so I taught at a school. a code school for close to 3 years. So that's over 150 students across 6 cohorts. A cohort is like a collection of students, like roughly 30 students per cohort. And it was a 6-month long program. So I have taught over 700 in-person lessons, breakouts, presentations, done like mentoring and one-on-one with students. So that's a lot of practice. That's a lot of at-bats. I think at-bat is a teach like a champion thing. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a baseball term, but teach like a champion is a thing that I also like there are various resources for teachers that you can use to try to become a better teacher. Teach like a champion was one that was introduced to me when I was teaching at a code school. And typically Teach Like a Champion is for like grade school teachers. Even though I was like teaching older people and adults. I think, is at bat a thing? Yeah, so technique 19, at bats. Baseball coaches know the best way to increase effectiveness is to increase the number of times they are at bat. So that's the amount of times you do something. So just like the way you get better at programming is by doing it more and more, the way I got better at presenting and teaching was doing it more and more and more. I don't think there's any replacement for this. Like you could read a million books on being a teacher or being a presenter, but if you don't do it, you're not gonna get any better at it. So that is why I'm a good teacher. And if you have a question, do !ask with your question so we don't lose it. So yeah. Like the rubber duck theory where you need to explain something from scratch to a rubber duck. Yeah, I mean, rubber ducking is also to help you think through your own process, right? Because like you solved a thing, and then once you start explaining it out loud, it becomes easier to catch something you might have missed. The curse of knowledge, I don't think I've heard that, but that, just the name itself makes sense, because it's like, once you know things, you forget that you know things. A cognitive bias that occurs when an individual who is communicating with other individuals assumes that the other individuals have the background knowledge to understand. Yeah. And so most of the time, I don't assume any background knowledge. Now, obviously, if I know the person that I'm teaching, I'm a bit more familiar with them and their background. So I'm not going to start from scratch every time I start to explain something. But we have to build up that rapport. Like initially, I'm not assuming anything of anyone, right? Like I'm not assuming that anyone is an expert or anyone already knows what I'm talking about. Sometimes this also could be interpreted as like mansplaining, but pretty often if someone tells me, oh, I know that, like I'll skip over my explanations. Like it's not like I'm not trying to like put you in your place. I'm trying to make sure that we're on the same page because it's just an effective communication skill, right? So, yeah. Now that you're reading Wikipedia a lot, I can't stop recommending WikiWand. Let's see what it is. The world's leading Wikipedia reader. You know what? I might have seen this. So, curse of knowledge. Oh. The thing is, I have my dark Wikipedia theme. I'm just not using it anymore. But that's it, Shulman. Hopefully that answered your question. Yeah, just a lot of practice and basically assume people know nothing unless you know about them and you know what they already know. All right, if you asked a question, !ask, it'll bubble up. I'll try to answer some quicker ones, and then we'll get into the more like technical ones, the ones that might need code. So Salahadin is asking, do you have any experience of using Linux as a daily driver? I do. In my college years, even back then, I was switching between Windows, Mac, and Linux. But I did use Ubuntu quite a bit. So yeah, I have experience doing it. Back then, it was really tough. So like, especially trying to get Linux onto just a laptop that was made for Windows. I got it working though. These days, it's way easier. Like most modern hardware is already supported by like the Ubuntu installer and stuff like that. So once you set up Linux, you don't really even have to worry about drivers and compatibility issues and stuff like that. So I've done it. I still like Mac, and I recently bought the M1 Mac, so I'm probably going to keep using it. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I used to boot from live CDs. Also, like because I was in, I worked at a help desk, so I was doing like PC support. So a lot of times when I was attempting to fix a Windows computer, I would boot up with a Linux live CD, like Knoppix. Is Knoppix still a thing? Linux boot CD. Do people still use this? Look how old the website looks. But this is just like a live Linux. Pretty much any Linux distribution now has a live version where you can just boot up from like a USB stick. You don't really use a CD anymore. But a lot of times when I was fixing Windows issues, I would boot, especially like if I was trying to remove malware or something like that, I would boot up into a live Linux system so that way I could actually like modify the file system and then reboot back into Windows. I don't know. I've used Linux. I just use Mac regularly now. So thank you for your question. The dark side of the M1, yeah. No, yeah. So my wife bought me a MacBook for Christmas. It's probably the most expensive gift I've ever gotten. But I'm liking it because the M1 Mac, at least this one, has an HDMI port. It's got MagSafe. It's got an SD card reader. It's pretty cool. It's very close to the 2015 MacBook Pro that I used for 7 years. So yeah. Most people try to make Linux work like Windows, but fail miserably. Yeah, I think that's the issue, right? If you need to run Windows software like games or even like the Adobe suite or other stuff like that, you probably just need to dual boot. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. It took them way too long to put the ports back on the MacBook Pro. I agree. And that's really why I was holding out for the longest time. So like I had a work MacBook that they gave me. It was the Touch Bar one from like 2017. That one was bad. The keyboard was bad. The Touch Bar for what I used the Mac for was useless. The USB-C ports, one or two of them died. I don't know. That 2015 MacBook Pro just kept on going. Oh, nice, Dr. Theory. Yeah, I think it's a good transition, honestly. And I'm gonna keep using this as long as it works. So, yeah. All right. Let's see if I can answer any other ones. What do I think about ChatGPT integration with the Bing search? Let's talk about it because here's the thing. Only recently, when I launched Microsoft Edge on my Windows computer, so I use Windows as my media center PC. I use it to watch movies and stuff like that on my TV upstairs. I could probably use Linux for it. I don't know. The thing is, I also like to have a web browser on my media center computer because I like to browse YouTube with a keyboard. I don't really like the TV experience of YouTube, so I use a Windows computer. I've never launched Microsoft Edge, or at least the most recent version, because I've always, like, once I install Windows, I just start using Firefox right away. But I opened up Edge, and I was baffled at the amount of data collection and like privacy violating features that are all just on by default and are also integrated with the operating system. And default GN, thank you for that Prime. Appreciate you. 16 months. That's a long time. Thank you. Oh, and Shulman, I missed that. Shulman, thank you for the 5 gifted. Wow. Thank you. But yeah, Microsoft and Edge, they just violate your privacy so much. I mean, it's obviously, like, you can turn off some of the features, right? And by privacy violating, here's what I mean. By default, all of your browser history is synced to your Microsoft account. And part-time married, thank you for the resub. By default, like, here's the other thing. Web browsers with their default settings are basically keyloggers. And Ballistic Torch, thank you for the Prime. Welcome in. And what I mean by that is, as you start typing, and Milos, thank you for the resub. He's like, can I donate $5 to not talk about ChatGPT? I'll set a timer, honestly. I want to prevent the amount of advertisement that I give to Bing as well. So 5 minutes and then I'm done. But okay, think about this. So if you have not changed your default browser settings, and you go and you start typing, you're going to get search suggestions, right? That is a keylogger. So, right, like, as you start typing, the Microsoft Edge servers get every single one of your keystrokes. Now, it's not a keylogger across your entire computer, but literally everything you're typing in there is getting sent to Microsoft servers if you're using Edge. And then there's also settings for, like, navigation errors and different things like that, which means every website you visit is also pinged to an edge server to make sure, because they try to validate the website, that it's like a legit website and stuff like that. And you might say, okay, that's a cool feature, but now literally every single website you visit is going through or is being pinged to the Microsoft Edge servers. And that's separate from your browsing history that also gets saved by default. And then if you look in the Edge settings, there are, because Edge is built into the operating system, some of the things you do on Windows itself are also synced and sent to Edge. Yeah, but well, I mean, guess what I'm saying, Oscar, is it's two separate places, right? So you have your browsing history, which is saved and enabled by default if you don't disable it. And then you have every website you visit, which is sent to Bing, regardless of if you have your history saving. Same thing goes with Chrome and Firefox. There's a setting in here for like website navigation. And Shaman, thank you for the other gifted sub. So all of that to say, like, Microsoft is very privacy violating, and it's the entire operating system now also extended to Edge. And now here's the interesting thing. If you look at the new GPT feature on here, you're like, oh, learn more. And then, so I actually joined the waitlist, but after you join the waitlist, it's like, if you want to get higher on the waitlist, just violate your privacy some more. So install I think it was like the Edge or the Bing app on your phone. And then there was one other setting you need to enable. So all of this to say, while ChatGPT is a really cool feature, it is definitely being pushed a lot, and it's heavily integrated with privacy violating features. Now, I think people will launch services like this that are not as privacy violating, and I would probably try one of those, but it's just a privacy mess. So I'm not going to be using it as my daily driver, especially because all of the other integrations of Edge and stuff like that. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing, Claudic, and like what I've talked about before is because like I use an Android phone, so I basically have decided that Google is the company that's going to have all of my data. Basically, you have to pick one. Do you want Microsoft, Google, or Apple to have all of your data? Maybe there's a couple others too. And I'm specifically just sticking with Google, and I'm trying to wean myself off of it too. So I don't know. My thoughts are cool, but also very privacy violating. And yeah, Zelino's asking, what if Edge is uninstalled? I don't think you can I don't know if you can uninstall Edge because it is like heavily integrated with Windows. I don't know if you can actually uninstall it. So yeah. You don't have it? So I think actually, yeah, so I do believe there are versions of versions of Windows. Anyone know what it's called? It's called like the Euro edition, but basically because of laws in Europe, Windows was seen to be as antitrust because it came embedded with Edge. So there's a version of Windows that you typically get in Europe that does not have Edge included because I don't know the right terms. Whoa! Thank you, Session84. Thank you for the 5 gifted. That's awesome. You're too kind. Did I miss Dark Panda? Dark Panda, thank you for that Prime. I think I might have missed that. But yeah. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? The default Windows for everyone. Windows without Edge. Windows Europe edition. Windows 10 editions. S mode. Is this it? No. Regional variants. This is it. In and KN variations in Europe and South Korea that exclude certain bundled multimedia functionality, including media players and related components, in order to comply with antitrust rulings. Yeah, so you can get an in or Korean in version. Cosmic Distance. Thank you for the 5. You all are very kind today. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Cosmic Distance. So yeah, there's a oh, there's a hype train happening? I see. So yeah, there's a version of Windows that you can get that doesn't have like media player and everything else embedded. Yeah. Oh well. Sorry to go to in the completely opposite direction, Stas. But basically, that's what I think. ChatGPT integrated into Bing is a way of getting people to start using Bing, but also not people unexpectedly are not realizing that they're also giving up a lot of their privacy by deciding to use something like this. That's my opinion on it. So, yeah. Uh, want to skip your question? No. So hopefully that helps, Stas. Basically, like, yeah, like Chat GPT and everything like it, all that tech is really cool, but I think we have to be aware and very cognizant of what the repercussions are of just trusting it blindly. And cosmic distance with 5 more? That's a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so I mean if you remember when Windows started, like I guess was it Windows 10? Like by default, there are just so many anti privacy features. I need to remove that link. Honestly, I'm actually gonna do that. I don't want this. Stoney with the gift. I appreciate you all. I appreciate you. That's very kind. That's very. Thank you, Stony. I'm gonna go delete that command really quick. I mean, if you click the link, no issue. Like I get money, but I've always talked about how I don't have sponsors, and it's like the one affiliate link that I'm sharing, so I'm just gonna get rid of it. Yeah. No, I still use it, but it just feels off-brand because I don't have any other sorts of affiliate links. Honestly, it's probably the thing that made me the most money. I can see how many people use the code really quick. Let me see. Because the affiliate deal is pretty sweet. So if people actually sign up, I do get $5. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 people signed up. So 6 times 5 is 30? How does math work? 30. So I made $30 off of that affiliate link. But, you know. Cool. Yeah. So and in mentioning this, you can actually get a really pared down version of Windows, which is what I have running on my Media Center PC. There's the MS MG Toolkit. Is that right? MS. Oh, I said it right. I would download it from Major Geeks. They're a bit more reputable, but this lets you take a Windows ISO and start remove features from it. So you can remove Edge completely from the Windows install. You can remove the need for a Microsoft account. You can remove the Microsoft Store. You can remove all of like the default apps. So that's actually what I do when I run Windows. The tricky part is if you remove the wrong things, then you can't benefit from automatic updates. So you'll need to constantly recreate and reinstall your OS if you want to make sure you have the latest security patches and stuff like that. But this is how I run Windows. I rip out all the features before installing it. Yeah. I just Windows because I mainly used WSL, Pop OS. Yeah. It's true. I mean, I second guess myself. I guess I was thinking 6 times 6 is 36, so 6 times 5 would be 30. I don't know. Transcript, I haven't heard of that one. I love how you can code the most complicated web app, but you still have to. It's true. No, I appreciate that, Cosmic Distance. Yeah, you all are too kind. Thank you so much. We're on a level 6 hype train. This is the first time that's happened in a long time. I appreciate all the support. And thank you, Prabal. Thank you. Coding Garden is love. All right. When will I learn Laravel? I don't have a good answer for this, but I probably want to start doing, because I've talked about it in the past. I want to learn or like use a different programming language, maybe like once a month. So like, and I don't know if I want to start it this month, but maybe next month is PHP, and then the month after that is Rust. So I see it in the future. I just have to plan for it. And I 12 languages in 2023. Yeah, I guess we're already in February though. It's not Laravel. Laravel. Is it Lara? Cobalt would be pretty sweet. No, like, you know how cool it would be to get like a mainframe in a virtual machine or something like that? Yeah, but I actually was contributing to a PHP code base. I'm not going to talk about it yet because the code base, I mean, I'll just say, but the code base is related to the YouTube API stuff that I'm going to be doing on listed. But the person that wrote the code base is not using Laravel. It's just raw PHP. And it's fascinating to look at because I wrote PHP a long time ago. So, Daddy Ray, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Choo-choo. Okay. Again, I'm going to try to answer quick questions, and then we're going to get into the more tricky ones. Quote from the PHP Artisan. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life, Mark Anthony. Nice. Nice. I tried Reveal MD Web Pro. And Lazy Guru. Welcome in. Welcome to the Coding Garden. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. What is I mean, I use Reveal MD. So just real quick, this is what I use for making slideshows with Markdown. It's pretty slick. You just point it at a Markdown file and you get a slide, and it's using Reveal.js under the hood. But you don't have to write the HTML for Reveal.js. Thank you all for that hype train. That was insane. That was crazy insane. But what is Reveal MD Web Pro? Is that a thing? I'll leave this on there because in a second I'll show you an example of just how to get it up and going. Yeah. What are your thoughts on moonlighting? Ethical or not? I think as long as you can get... So moonlighting typically means you're working a second job or doing something else at night, where you have your regular job during the day and then a second job at night. I think if it's not against your company's terms and you're getting your job done in both places, why the heck not? But a lot of companies explicitly have rules in their company bylaws, terms of service, I don't know what it's called, that say you cannot have a second job. But I think if you're getting your job done in both places, why not? Why the heck not? And why should your employer even, and like your main employer, your daytime employer, why should they even care if you're getting your job done? So I think it's ethical if you double check. I think it's ethical if you're not hiding it, right? If you're hiding it and you're and especially, so I've known people that have tried to hold 2 day jobs. So they're bouncing from company to company and meeting to meeting. That I don't think is as ethical, right? Because you're really splitting your time, especially if you have to be working both jobs during the day. And thank you, Arpats. Thank you for that resub. Keeps reminding you. I appreciate that. So, yeah, I think it's ethical. Also, you can inform your employer. Like, I've worked at companies where we explicitly knew our contract hire had other jobs that they were doing. But as long as they got their job done, totally fine. Jackham is saying it's more a non-compete clause where you can't work directly with your boss's clients. Yeah, I think that's another thing is like you also don't want to work at a company that's doing the same thing, because a lot of companies, whenever you get hired at a company, you typically sign something that says, even the things you create in your off hours, the company has first dibs on ownership. And if now in your off hours you have a second job that they don't know about, the things you're doing for that other job could actually be owned by your previous job. I don't know. It's ethical if you talk, if you get your job done. Also talk to your manager and don't hide it. That's when it's ethical. All right. All right. Let's answer a code question. I think Pablo was the first one to ask this a little while ago, so let's look into this. So Pablo says, I asked a question on the Discord. It's quite technical, but I'd love your opinion. Let me pull up the Discord really quick. Yeah, I mean, if you've watched Silicon Valley, the whole Pied Piper thing where Hooli tries to take away Pied Piper because they say Richard Hendricks worked on it during he worked on it on his work computer and worked on it during office hours, so they technically own it. But is it a global configuration for SvelteKit library? Is that what you asked, Pablo? Let's see. Yep. Okay. Let's see what Pablo has to say. For a library I'm making, I have to fix some stringy values, name of events, and fields. Given that this could conflict with the user app, I use some difficult to conflict names. With the name of the library, and with a load of underscores and dashes. But I'd also like to give people the opportunity to customize these. Right now, I store these in an exported variable in a module, but I have to read those either client-side in a store or server-side. During builds, SvelteKit inlines the variables into the component, so I can't just modify the variable dynamically. Solution. I wrote a Vite plugin that takes the option as input and transforms that file both during dev and build so that it contains the provided value. The problem. In build, there's no problem, but in dev mode, Vite uses native ESM, so it actually imports the file. So if you use the plugin, it breaks on the dev server. Oh. One thing to do is make the transformation only on build, but this seems that dev and prod would have completely different, and you still couldn't use those names in dev. Another thing that I have to try is to use the configure server hook to modify the file on the fly during the ESM import request. I know some of these words. Either solving this problem or by giving me ideas, how would you handle the config thing? Sure. For the moment, I fix this by also writing an ESBuild plugin that changes the content of the file during Vite optimization phase. Still not very sold on this whole way to add configuration, so feel free to comment if you have better ideas. Okay, this is a lot. I think, do you have any sort of isolated code example that you can show me, Pablo? Or is this open source? Because I have an idea, I think, of what you're doing, but I can't be sure because I don't see any code examples. So like, I mean, and honestly, we could try to come up with just like a working example here. So stringy value, name of events and fields. So like, can you get, first of all, let's come up with just like a working example so you don't have to share anything proprietary, but like, what is an example of a name of an event? And then what they're saying with the name of the library, so it's like, you have like event name, banana. Yeah, I moved my sidebar to the right. I think I'm liking it. So something like this, and then like, let's say your app prefix is CG, like coding garden. And then you have something like configs, and then in here, this would be something like app prefix, event name, banana. And then you have a bunch of these, like thing. Is this close? Const env equals cookie name. Let's see. So your object is going to have like the predetermined keys, like event name, and then the right-hand side would be what the user provided or the overrides. Am I close? How about this, Pablo? If you can come up with like a less than 20-line example, I'll take a closer look. Does that sound good? Because it's going to be hard for me to figure out what you're asking. And also, I guess if you don't want to, let's look at your code. No harm in looking at the code. Okay, so you define your constants: cookie name, stream path, stream event, promise field, and you're using TypeScript. So basically, you're basically telling TypeScript that this object will not change. So that's why you have the as const. So now you can infer like the types of things and the type of env here. So env is an interface with, or not an interface, it's a type with these properties which values are specifically this, not strings, but specifically those values. And then the SvelteKit defer options will have every key, cookie name, stream path name, promise field, as a resolved promise. Well, no, literal to primitive. What does this do? So it'll map it to a string. So you take in the type, which is in this case they're all strings in this example. And then if it extends, let's take a quick stretch. If it extends string, then it is string. Why do you need this type? Like, what is the read only? Yeah, what's up, Jehedin? I'm answering questions. So if you do !ask, any question you have will show up on this website. Right now, I am answering this question from Pablo. Okay, and so change the literal type to a wider type. Okay, but what you're saying is when you use this in dev mode, it does not inline the names of the strings, but in build, it does inline the names of the strings. I'll be honest. I don't know if I've come across this problem before, and I don't exactly know what problem you're trying to solve. But if I had to do this and I knew that ESBuild and I guess rollup, which is the dev server, right? No, ESBuild is the dev server. Rollup is the production build. I would create a plugin for the one that doesn't work, so that during dev you have the same experience as the build. And I think I would call it there, because if what you've done so far is solving the problem that you're trying to solve, how hard is it to create the plugin for the one that doesn't work the way you want it to? Right? Does that help? I guess I also want to see like where this is being used. You solve it with an ESBuild plugin. I mean, that seems fine to me as long as the plugin isn't insane or like really complicated. Can I see how you set that up in Vite config, or where does the ESBuild plugin go? Welcome in, Mark Boots. Source lib Vite index. I see. So you're literally, when it comes across that file, you have to turn it into the thing. Huh. I mean, roughly 30 lines of effective code if you don't include all the new lines and everything else. I don't think it's the end of the world. I think this is probably fine. I think if you have to start going in here and like changing things and modifying things every time something like slightly breaks, then you might think about a different issue or a different solution. But I mean, this seems fine to me. Like if it's doing the thing you want and it only requires this amount of code and it's not going to be not going to need much maintenance, go for it. Go for it. And I wish I could provide a better answer, but that's really all I can think of. And the thing is, like, I haven't really even come across a problem like this as well. So yeah, could break when switching to some other build tool. Yeah, I guess that's the thing to think about. Like, you're basically tying this solution to ESBuild and Vite, which I think is probably okay because SvelteKit uses Vite and ESBuild. So that's a thing. That's a thing. All right, I'm gonna leave it there because I don't think I have enough experience doing the thing you're trying to do to provide any more context. But ultimately, my answer was, if the plugin you wrote does what you need, and it's not that much code, seems fine. I only answer questions for people that are here. So if you asked a question, type !mark here. It'll bubble up. I'll do my best to answer it. Here we go. Ryan has asked the big questions. What's your recommended backup plan? for students looking to go into web development when they graduate this April, given the fact that we expect to see over 50,000 newly unemployed experienced developers in January alone. Where do you get this stat from? Where does this number come from? And how different is this number from last year or the year before that? It's actually old numbers. Yeah, well, cite your sources. Send me like whatever data you're looking at. Because I mean, it would be good to show the stream where these numbers are coming from. But it's 50,001 actually. But I think the oh, I see what you're saying. Newly unemployed experienced developers. Here's what I'll tell you. I don't think this number is all developers, right? So Google laid off people, Microsoft laid off people. Like, there's a bunch of layoffs that happened. Not all of them were developers, right? It was various parts of the company. So unless you know the specific amount of developers, then this might be a little bit lower, like maybe like 20,000 or whatever else. I think ultimately these people that were experienced developers, they are not going to be competing for the entry level jobs. That's one thing to think about, right? Like, you could see a shift in companies. Yeah. So first of all, let's just make the argument a lot. Let's not give a specific number like 50,000, because I think it's probably less than that. And also that number just seems so big and it like strikes fear in people. But here's the thing to think about. You're not going to be competing with them because you're looking for entry-level jobs and they're looking for more experienced jobs. Now, what might happen is companies might shift to no longer, not all companies, but right, let's say a company knows that there's a larger pool of experienced developers. Maybe now they'll budget for that, and instead of hiring an entry-level dev, they'll maybe hire an experienced dev instead. But that doesn't make sense for all cases. Like, a lot of times companies hire entry-level devs or inexperienced developers because it makes more sense monetarily. Like, they can pay them less. They know they have to train them, but they can hire more newer developers and have or like entry-level developers and just have more people reporting to a tech lead or something like that. Yeah. The thing is, right, like, I think we're all just being bombarded with like bad news that it can potentially paralyze us from like even trying. And my advice to you is like, I mean, and maybe you're asking this because you're worried about like people that you're going to school with and stuff like that, but all of my interactions with you, and I guess you're claiming to be an entry-level developer. I mean, my interactions with you, you seem like you're more than entry-level, but I think that's just because you're a go-getter and like you've been learning stuff on the side and stuff like that. So like, for my interactions with you, I think you will have no problem getting a job. Now, if you're worried about all of your other people that you're graduating with, maybe. But I think it still stands that like, if you care and you're doing your best to like level up your skills to like be a better developer, you will be miles ahead of all of the other entry-level devs that like just want a paycheck, right? So like, I'm less worried about myself. Yeah. I mean, but that's really all I'm saying is I think of course, a lot of people have been laid off. Of course, the market is shifting, but there are still entry-level jobs, right? There might be less of them, but they're still out there. And it's always been the case that you're basically competing with people that don't care. Let's look at layoffs at FY, I guess. Like, I mean, it's been, so I've been in this industry for over 10 years, and I've been hired, and I've also tried to hire people. And consistently, the main issue I had was finding competent people that actually cared. And so I think I don't know how to like, and I don't know if everybody has the same experience. I think especially at like larger companies where like FANG companies where they typically only are getting like the best applicants. I'm also talking about like the rest of the world, because the world isn't just FANG jobs. It's not just Facebook, Apple, Google, Microsoft. There are a million and one other software companies. And this is the other thing to consider, is a lot of companies that you don't think or you don't consider software companies actually have a software team. So one that comes to mind is Nordstrom. Not a sponsor, but they are a clothing website, a clothing company. They sell clothes and they're in malls and stuff like that. But they have a very large software engineering team. And they're not considered in FANG or anything like that. This is just one example. I guess another one that comes to mind is like Love Truck Stop. I know for sure that they hire software developers and they have a dedicated software team. So I think that that's the other thing that might shift your perspective, is like, it's not just all the big tech companies. Pretty much every company out there is also looking for software developers and technical people. Yeah, I mean, in Walmart has like has what's called Walmart Labs. And so they're the creators of Happy.js, which is like Express. All of that to say, and I guess if you haven't thought about that, it's not just the tech companies that are hiring software developers. It's all companies, most companies as well too. And Mark Boot says, I work for a mid-sized marketing company. I think there are loads of them too. Yeah. So here's my advice to you. When you wake up first thing in the morning, don't immediately go to Facebook or Reddit or wherever you get your news. Just start your day and drink your coffee, do a workout, whatever else. And then maybe after you've been awake for a few hours, then go look at the news about all the layoffs and stuff. Because like, I don't, I guess the only news that I actually look at is like programming news, because I've been doing that programming news segment, but I don't look at the weather in the morning. I don't know anything about what the current state of politics in the United States, like all of that is very stressful. And I mean, and I think it's meant to be, like, it's meant to grab your attention and yeah, like their goal is to get your attention. But I'm also like less worried about this because like I'm not employed right now. Like I'm self-employed, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, a hip gamer saying, "I feel you. For months, I was doing that." I think that, but also, I think also where your question is coming from, Ryan, is because of all of the media coverage and everything else. Like, just stop. Like, I feel like it's also you may think I'm saying like, well, if you don't think about it, or you don't read about it, it's not happening. I'm not saying that, but I'm also saying that it doesn't exactly affect you by reading all of that, because you have your own journey, right? Like, you're going to school, you're doing your best, you have side projects, you're trying to learn all that you can. You seem like a valuable asset to some company, so somebody's gonna hire you. I don't know. That's all. I guess that's all I have to say about that. I don't know if that helped or hurt Ryan, but I do feel like a lot of uh, a lot of the fear and anxiety from all of the layoffs and everything is like, people are worrying about it that shouldn't necessarily worry about it. I don't know. Milo says, companies looking for junior are still looking for juniors. They cannot afford XFang. Yeah, and I agree with that. It's also, like I said, they could shift and like try to hire more experienced devs, but yeah. Dean Bull says, I have a friend who does interviews for his company. He said not many are competent. So yeah, there may be 1,000 devs are available, but are you doing what are you doing that makes you different? Yeah, and that's kind of what I was saying too. Like, as long as you're trying, somebody's gonna hire you, because they're I don't know. Shindo Sensei says, I work for Shopify as a solutions engineer. What are your thoughts on Shopify? Shopify seems cool. I think well, all of a sudden this is an ad for Shopify. Hey. It seems fine. I think Shopify is really nice for like mom and pop shops, or people that want to sell stuff that didn't otherwise know how to set something up, and they can completely set it up themselves without needing to pay anyone for it. So that's pretty slick. However, Shopify being the main thing that people go to when they need to set up an online store, has started to create a sort of monopoly. Not quite, not quite. Like, I'm not saying Shopify is monopoly, but I am saying a large majority of the e-commerce websites are through Shopify. So that's something to think about. I don't know. Jacob says, I work at a B2B software company, no facing with the public web world. It's like a submarine. Nobody knows us even if we use web technology. Like an iceberg, most of it's under the waterline. And I guess this goes along with my point of like, there are companies out there that you have no idea about that are still hiring, like that are not laying people off. So I don't know. One computer guy says, I stopped watching news a long time ago. It creates an anxiety atmosphere that's hard to shake. Yeah. Yeah, Ryan, for sure. First time in a recession. I guess that's also funny because so the last recession, the major one, happened in 2008, and I don't. I guess I am privileged, right? Like I'm like upper middle class. I don't even remember the 2008 recession happening. I was just living my life. Like it didn't affect me at all. I don't know. Yeah. My company seems to be hiring a lot of terrible devs, so I'm sure we'll all be okay. Yeah. Shopify has a lot of security. I don't know. I'm not familiar with all that. How can I ask a question? Exclamation mark add, and then it'll show up over here. But we got some other questions we need to answer. I'm not. See, I was very careful about my answer of 2008 because I'm not trying to reveal my age. So, okay. If you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It'll bubble up. I'll do my best to answer it. Yeah, and I sort of answered this one a little bit ago when I forget who it was asked about Laravel. I've always said I want to do other stuff on stream because you all see me doing mostly JavaScript stuff. Really because, I mean, for the longest time I was just doing Coding Garden because I enjoyed doing it. Now I'm trying to make it my livelihood. So that's a thing. But also, I've done a lot of other stuff. So like I've written Java, I've written C++, I've written C#, I've done Python, I've done a lot of Bash scripting. I've done like lower level C programming. I've done a lot, but you all mainly just see JavaScript. So it would be cool to do this kind of stuff on stream, especially because my name is Coding Garden. It's not JavaScript Garden. So I must have been like 8 years old back then. Sure. So yeah, I want to do this. So, and what I talked about earlier is I will potentially maybe every month is a new tech or a new thing that I decide to learn. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. Yeah, Laravel seems cool. I think the other cool thing about Laravel is it will potentially, especially if I showcase it on my stream, it'll show people that modern PHP isn't what it used to be. I guess by the name modern PHP, but it's like so many people are like have heard horror stories about PHP, but they've never actually used it. And Laravel makes working with PHP really nice. So, yeah. Said Le Pingouin says, yeah, the secret is to be better than all the terrible devs at your company. Since we're watching this channel, we're good. Okay, yeah. There's a tip. Watch Coding Garden. You'll be better than everyone else. Yeah. Welcome in, Moma Lab. What about code-related questions today? Ask your questions. I'll do my best to answer them. Exclamation mark ask. Yeah. Wow, PHP. All right, one computer guy says, what would be the best way to start poking around with GraphQL? Just do it. Do it. Try it and see. Yeah, let's spin up a GraphQL API because I skipped the entire GraphQL hype. Like I think I built like one GraphQL API. And I think technically it's not necessarily hyped anymore. It's just become more of a solution that people will reach for. So let's see. Let's spin up a GraphQL API. So I'm just going to search for GraphQL TypeScript. I'm going to try to find the best way to get up and going. Like in the past, we can also just search npm for GraphQL. Or, the best thing to do, let's go to the GraphQL website. And they will recommend a solution for us in the Node.js ecosystem. So I want to code. I want to use TypeScript. Is that on here? Or do I just choose JavaScript? Yeah, so Apollo is usually what I've heard of. To run a GraphQL from the command line, install it, create a schema, and then you're good to go. Is this really all we need? Oh yeah, and then Apollo. So I've actually used GraphQL Yoga in the past. I think Apollo is probably the biggest solution. Um, the main GraphQL, so Apollo is built on top of GraphQL JS. I'm pretty sure. Maybe they implement their own schema stuff. But yeah, best way, go to the docs. As far as I know, Apollo is really popular for not only the creating a backend GraphQL server, but they have the Apollo client, which people use like in React apps. And it basically a lot of people that have a GraphQL backend only use Apollo client. Like they don't even have Redux or anything like that because Apollo client does such a good job of keeping track of all of that state. Last release 2 hours ago. Yeah, I mean, so it's super up to date. And then GraphQL JS is 2 hours ago. Let's check out Apollo. Just do it. Yeah, no, I agree with that, Jicom. And I think that's why a lot of people watch, because it's just like, how do I do it? Because I think that's the other issue, right? Because you say, I want to learn GraphQL. Where do I go first? GraphQL specifically has a website. What's funny is like GraphQL is a specification. I think that's what also might be tricky about this is like GraphQL itself isn't a library. And Pranjal, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate that. GraphQL itself isn't a library, it's a specification, and then there's lots of implementations of that. So that I guess that is one thing to learn about it. So if you go to graphql.org and you want to learn it, these are all community maintained packages. Just like they're all community maintained, I guess, except for this, because GraphQL technically has a an organization. And if you look under this, you can see which ones they've implemented. So, and see you later, Super Secret Name. Thank you for hanging out. It looks like they have GraphQL JS. So they're the maintainers of that, but pretty much every other GraphQL solution is community maintained. I have not heard of flat buffers, but let's spin up an Apollo app, because at least, I mean, I haven't touched or even worked with GraphQL in like 2 years at this point, but even a couple of years ago, Apollo was kind of the thing that most people used. Let's do it. I just want to spin up an Apollo server. Oh, I am still here. You're right. Wait, was there Haskell on the stream? Oh, I guess because it was up here. Was it in one of these boxes? Yeah. Create a new project. Let's do it. Let's follow this together, everybody. We're gonna make a GraphQL server example. We're gonna go in there. We're gonna initialize it. We add GraphQL and Apollo server as dependencies. We want TypeScript. Do we? I guess we do. We'll make a source directory. We'll create an index entry point. We'll install TypeScript and the node types, and then we'll create a tsconfig. They give us our default tsconfig, which is nice. So let's open this up. And then we'll throw the tsconfig in here. And then, my goodness, let's format this. Why are there all these new lines? Cool. So we've got a tsconfig. Finally, replace the default scripts entry in your package.json with the following type and scripts. Let's do it. Why are there 4-space indents? I don't know. I think it was just from the copy. So in the package.json, they want us to replace the scripts section. We set the type to module. So I used a multi-line editing. So basically I selected all of the commas and then I was like delete, but I could also like do enter. But I basically selected all the commas and then that allowed me to edit multiple lines at one time. So we have compile, we have start. Wait, they didn't tell us to put anything in our index.tsx. if we do npm run, if we do npm start, it's going to compile it, and then, yeah, there's nothing because it's an empty file. All right, so now we want a schema. So in our index.ts x, we're going to define this here. I really don't like all these new lines. Maybe I just need to do this. Yeah, there we go. That's better. So we're importing Apollo server, starting a standalone server, and then we're defining a schema. You can see here that I'm not getting any syntax highlighting because it's just putting it in a string, but I do believe there's a way to put these in a separate file. But basically, we define our type, so we're going to have a book, and then we have a query that will let us get an array of books. Now we need to implement that. So we have some data. So it's just like our fake database with an array of books that we're going to expose over this GraphQL API. So we have an array of books that we're now going to expose using this schema. And then we have a resolver. So a resolver implements a specific query. So in this case, we are saying whenever you query, return the array of books. So this is literally just a reference to this array. So now we have a resolver that returns that array of books. Once you start to integrate a database, instead of just passing an array, this will actually be like an async function that does like a DB query. db.books.find many, whatever ORM you're using. So it'd be something like this. But for now, we just have a database that is an array. So that's our resolver. And then we create our server. So our server has the type definitions, which come from this big old string. So we define the type book. We defined the query that we have, which just returns an array of books. And then we need to start this server up. So we start a standalone server using that server variable, and now it will listen. So now if I do npm start, it should listen on port 4000. Cool. And if we go here, whoa, Apollo is cool. We get a graphic querier by default. That's fascinating. It needed to generate my schema, so it like restarted after it has my schema. But now it's giving us an example query. So if I'm querying for books and I want all the title, now this will give me back the data, but it only gives me the titles. Do I get, yeah, and then control space gives me autocomplete, so I can choose what other fields I want to select, run the query, I get those as well. Now we're cooking with oil. Now we're ready to go. At this point, we could set up a client and then install Apollo client and then point it at this backend server. But yeah, I guess that's my answer is try Apollo. I think it's the thing that most people use, and it seems pretty easy. I think like this is a super basic setup. They in the docs they did show that they have a liftoff series and certification, or also they have a full stack quick start. So maybe you want to start here because this is going to show you how to build a more scalable backend, right? Because right now everything's in one file. You don't want that. Like you want these schemas to define in a separate file. You're going to have queries against your database. There's a lot more to like a more full-fledged app. So maybe if you follow their full stack quick start, it's probably a little bit better. Yeah. The space theme. Yeah. So yeah, that's my answer. First of all, just learn about the specification itself, because if you go to graphql.org, it'll talk about how it's just a specification and then everyone else just implements it. And then check out Apollo, because it's one of the most popular solutions in the Node.js ecosystem. So yeah, 3267. I'll take a look. GraphQL is too limiting to use in a small scale. They only use this enterprise. Yeah, and so that's why like tools like TRPC, a lot of people recommend for smaller scale, because you don't need to spin up a full GraphQL API and such. You could just use TRPC. But you know, I don't know. Some special strings benefit from syntax highlighting. I have VS Code extensions. Yeah, so there's probably something I can install that could detect that this is. Honestly, let's install the GraphQL extension and see if it detects this. Is this the main one? Why is this at the top? It has 171,000 stars. This one has 623. Rich editor support for Apollo. Maybe that's what I want. Yeah, let's install this one. Nice. Quick stretch. Yeah, but now that we have that extension, it's like, oh, well, I see you have a GraphQL template, and it actually gives us some autocomplete here, and it's syntax highlighting, which is cool. Yeah. If you define your app in a string, you have a serious problem with your project. The thing is, I mean, I'm pretty sure the loaders, if you define your schemas in a separate file, they literally just two-string the file and then pass the string into the server, which has like a parser for it. I don't know. Interesting. What's up, Crafty Veggie? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for being here. I agree with that, Stony Eagle, because I feel like VS Code, like the VS Code extension store, is now quickly potentially becoming a place where you can install malware. So that's a thing. Cool. But thanks for your question, One Computer Guy. Hopefully you all were exposed a little bit to GraphQL. I didn't really even talk about what it is. I guess knowing that it is a specification implemented in various languages, and it has this idea of defining schemas and then exposing those schemas and allowing the client to query for that schema. That's basically what GraphQL gives you. So nice. Nice. What did Super Secret Name ask? Let's see. What's the general difference between Nginx and Apache 2? I don't have an answer for that. I would just Google it. I personally use Nginx because I'm more familiar with their config syntax and like setting up reverse proxies and stuff like that. I know Apache is typically used in conjunction with like PHP, but you can also load PHP within Nginx. Look at that, the Nginx website. Nginx versus Apache, a view of our decade-old question. Nginx, designed for high concurrency. So I don't know when this article was from. Let's see. This article is from 2015, and I think their main point initially is that Nginx is just way better at serving more requests. But it is now 8 years later. So it's now 2023. So it's possible that Apache has added more concurrency features. So you might want to find a more recent article on this. Nginx and CertBot have your personal site set up for... Yeah. True. And I use Let's Encrypt and CertBot with Nginx. I think a CertBot can actually work with Apache too. Sony's saying Nginx is more suited for fully dynamic sites. Isn't Nginx a reverse proxy to be used for microservices architecture and such? You can just use it to serve your PHP website or serve your static website on a server. It does a lot of things. It's pretty good at reverse proxies, but it does a lot. It's like a general purpose web server, HTTP web server as well. So, yeah. So I don't know the difference, but a PHP website. I don't know. But search the web. Honestly, I just use Nginx because I know it. I'm more familiar with it. Yeah, somebody recommended Caddy to me recently, so I need to check it out. The ultimate server. I think it's written in Go. Yeah, written in Go. So this is another alternative to Nginx or Apache. I need to try this for sure. So, yeah, and Said Le Pingouin says, I'm sorry if that's like the wrong accent. They use certbot with Apache on Ubuntu. So yeah, you can use certbot with a few different things. Nginx is friendlier. Apache is oof. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So I don't have a good answer for you. Search the web. They'll probably know better. All right, if you asked a question, type exclamation mark here, it'll bubble up. Sejum84 says, do you have any recommendations for getting autocomplete on .env variables? I've installed the official VS Code extension, but it seems to hit or miss at random, trying to avoid typos when typing out variables process.env. Yeah, I do have an answer for you. Give me a moment. Do you ever get a Discord notification and just have no idea where it's from? But my answer is to not use process.env. Basically, you wrap process.env in your own loader function. So that way you get autocomplete on it. So let's see an example of this. Yeah, so I'll show you how we implemented it in fresh spots. But first question, are you using TypeScript? Are you using TypeScript or is it just JavaScript? Why do you use the .env so much? I think because in deployed services like Versal, you specifically set your env there, and locally when you're working, the .env allows you to change the values easily. Whereas when you're on your deployed server, you just want to use how they're set in the secrets there. So by using .env locally, you can use things that don't get committed. Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, you could also like in at least my experience in C# and .NET, they actually use a JSON file, so appconfig.json, and then they put all of their environment variables in there, and then they just don't commit that to the repo. They have like a sample file, just like we have like a sample.env. You could probably do it the same way, but you would basically just need to create an env loader on your deployed service. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna init this, and then I'm gonna install .env, which lets you pull in envs. JSON is better for C# unit testing as well. Yeah. So like, yeah, I think like in the Node.js world, we just I don't know. How do you share your environment variables securely? There are they're called like secret services, I guess. Did we get an answer from Sejim84? Is it TypeScript? TypeScript or no TypeScript? JavaScript. Okay, we'll do it with JavaScript. So we have a function db that takes in a connection URL and then just returns true. Okay, so pretend this is a way to connect to our database, and then we want to connect to that database. So we say db process.env.database URL like this. But what you're saying is you don't really get autocomplete here, and there's an extension for it that might do it. So let's do this. So we create not a new folder. Let's create a .env, and let's say our database URL is just mongodb ://localhost, like that. But in here, you don't really get any autocomplete. It doesn't know what's in your .env. So what you were saying is you installed an extension for it. So let's find a .env extension. Can you tell me which one you use? Is it this one? Formatting, syntax highlighting support for env? Or .env? This has 3.7 million. The official one. What's the official one? Give me the name of it. Is it the one that I'm looking at right now? This one? I mean, it has 3.7 million downloads. Yeah, I swapped my browser to the right side. Here's the reason I like it. The code doesn't shift whenever you open it, versus if it's on the right-hand side, your code shifts to the right. When I used to write C# in Visual Studio proper, it actually has the File Explorer on the right by default. I'm pretty sure. But I'm liking it. I'm liking it on the right-hand side. Okay, so now that we have that extension, let's see. Process.env. Let's reload. It's me, Mario. It's not working. But I will say this. If you're using an extension to get autocomplete, not every developer does it need to be .env.local? Let's try. And I guess technically I need to actually pull the .env in. I don't know if the extension cares about that, but typically what you do is require .env and you call config like that. Let's try it. Thing process.env. Doesn't seem to work, but here's what I'm going to say. If you're depending on an extension and there are other developers working on your code base, they may not have that extension. So my thought is don't use an extension. Like let the code work on your behalf. So let me uninstall that extension and I'll show you you basically just create an enum. You create an enum and that's how you get your autocomplete. And even if you're not using TypeScript, you'll still get autocomplete. So check it out. Basically we have, we'll call it like config.js. This is the thing that actually requires the config. And then it loads everything in this one spot. So basically, this one file is the only place we will ever use process.env. And so I'll have my config here, and I'll say database URL is process.env database URL, like this. And then I'll export it. But VS Code is going to be able to automatically type check this, even if it's not TypeScript, because it sees that you exported this object here. So now if we bring in the config, /config, now check this out. We should get type completion. Boom, database URL. So basically, my suggestion is create a single file, load all of your envs in that one place. So basically, don't have process.env anywhere in your code base except for this one file. And then everywhere else just requires in the object, which you can get access to. The cool thing about this is now you can do some validation. So like validate all properties are there. You could also like throw error if missing one. And you could also like use a validation library like Zod or Yup or Joy or Typebox, etc. Yeah. Let's see. Does he have an example of this? Yep. Yeah, exactly. So basically, you define your env variables here. Actually, yeah, but I guess so. If you're using TypeScript, this is how you would basically create the type globally. So anywhere else in your code base, you're still using process.env. I would argue that I don't like that solution because I basically don't want process.env anywhere else in my code base. So if you make it, and you also could even add a linter rule that says like, don't use process.env, only use the imported config object. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, this is the other way, but you will not get type completion like this, right? So if I do env, or let's call it config, and then we spread process.env into it, this will not give you type completion because it doesn't know what's in that. So like you don't get type completion. I guess what you're also saying though is you could basically, I see what you're saying. You can do this here, and then that just loads all of them. Yeah, I mean, but the issue with that is you still won't get type completion because it doesn't know what's in there. And so now if we go to the imported file, you're not going to get type completion because it doesn't know what you spread into it. You could combine the two. You could basically say, I want to know about database URL, and then anything else that gets added will be on this config object. But I argue like you basically lose your guarantee that you're only using the things that exist. But now we get type completion. Now you could argue and you could just say, oh, we'll just use TypeScript. But I mean, some of us are in older code bases and we can't necessarily use TypeScript. So this is the JavaScript solution, and VS Code still gives you type completion even though we're not using TypeScript. Yeah, and I'll show you how we did it with TypeScript in our FreshSpots app. Honestly, this is like enterprise level TypeScript if you want to see what we did, because not only are we loading all of our values here from our env, and so we're using Dino in this case, but basically anywhere you see Dino env.get, just replace that with process.env. It'd be the same thing. But check this out. So not only do we have that, we also have an enum. So we created this enum of valid environment variable names. So now this is the other thing about this is the only this is the only file in your code base that accesses process.env. That's one step. Second step, this is the only file in your code base that has the actual string of the env name. Because right now, like technically I could have made a typo in the config name here. But if you take this one step further and say like config names, now you can just you can create an enum in JavaScript. So you can say database URL is database URL, and then now over here, instead of potentially having a typo, now you just use dynamic whatever that's called, computed property names, like that. And then you could export both of these. So if for whatever reason you needed to dynamically choose one of the config names, now you got it there. But this also now gives you autocomplete. So and that corresponds to the string itself. So basically this is like your enum, your single source of truth of the string. So this is the only place you ever put the strings, and then this is the only place you ever put the .env. But if you want to see it in TypeScript, basically we create an enum, which is the equivalent of doing this in JavaScript. And then we also create a Zod validator. Where's that validator at? Config schema. Schema/config. Oh, we have a schema folder. Nice. So, I mean, technically, you don't even need TypeScript to be able to do this with Zod, because Zod works in JavaScript too. But basically, we create a validator for our .env. So this basically says cookie secret is a string with a minimum length of 1. And see you later, super secret name. So cookie secret is a string with a minimum length of 1, and then we have the error message here that specifies the missing environment variable name. Map tile is a string. Base URL is a string. And then port is a number and defaults to that. So basically, you define all of the possible configs that you will ever define, and then you validate them right here to make sure that they're actually in there. So yeah, that's true. You could use type hinting. I mean, so you like technically when you do this, you actually could define a JS doc comment. I don't know the syntax for it, but you could define a JS.comment that says what properties will exist in there, but you don't benefit from the validation. So I would argue you still want to bring a validator in there. So, Sejim84 or Sej, I'll call you Sej. does this help? Does this answer your question? And basically, you have to now follow the rule of we only ever pull in process.env from our config here. I guess the tricky part here is now VS Code with at least with JavaScript is not giving me. Yeah, we don't actually get autocomplete. We could though. We could let's actually do this really quick. We'll write a JS.comment that tells it that all of the keys in here actually come from config names. Let's look up JS.doc object properties. So we'll call this a config. Well, if I just leave that JS.comment, watch what happens now. If I do config dot, let's see. It should actually tell me that we have name and age, which is wrong, but we did define it there. Let's see. What do I need to get this working? JSDoc object literal. I don't think it's the the lowercase c. Maybe it is. I mean, one thing you could do is wrap it in a function. So like you export git config. This just returns config. But then you can put the type def on here to say the return value. I think we saw an example of a return value. Yeah. So this returns config. And then we can define config like this. So now I define what a config is, and I say that this function returns a config, and then now I'll export git config. And then now we just need to invoke that. And now config is of type config, and now if I do config, it has age and name. So that's the other thing is now we can go in here and we can say, I mean, actually, I don't know if we get like the cool key of type of like you would get in TypeScript, because otherwise we could just do something like a string database URL. Export the invoked. Oh, good call. Yeah, then we don't even need to do this over here. Yeah. So we're explicitly defining this type now. I guess the issue is if I want to use this enum, then we have to go down this route. If I don't use the enum, if I just define it like this, we don't have to go down that route. But it's like because this is a dynamic property. I wonder, like, can I comment with JSDoc to say that it's read only? Mr. Dev King, thank you for the Prime. 5 months, nice to see you too. Thanks for being here. Here's the thing: if I say this is read only, Yeah, so it still thinks it's X string any versus database URL any. So yeah, honestly, like if you're still just in JavaScript, I mean, you could research JSDoc to get it working, but this honestly is the simplest solution, so you don't have to do all this weird JSDoc stuff. If you define your config this way, I mean, let's try it. So if I do um, object.freeze, does that infer the right type? No, it's still key string only. I mean, is there a way to do key of type of in a JSDoc comment? What's up, Andrew? I really like the Airbnb JavaScript style guide. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the other thing. It's like if you can switch to TypeScript, that would be nice. But if you're in JS, there are ways to get it. What's up, JFellyWeb? It's been a while. Welcome in. Um, yeah, that's the tricky part though. Is um, you have to define all of the things in there. You just finished a live coding interview. How'd it go? How'd it go? iMolts is trolling. I've set up ESNet with Airbnb so many times. So many times. This could work, but then it does create duplication. But I guess technically, then you don't need the enum. Um, I mean, can we do JS doc object as const? Ooh, yes, this is what we want. Right about here. You do it. This is gonna solve our problem straight up. Then we don't need any of this, or any of this, or any of this. We just export the config. Because now, yes, that's it. Okay, so basically, we're telling the type checker that these will never change. And actually, we don't even need this object.freeze now. Now we can just do this, like this. And this knows that it only has database URL. So now we get type. This is the winner right here. Because now over here, it knows about database URL. And now you can benefit from only having your strings once here, using them in the config, and then doing like a validator. JFailyWeb did okay. Tend to forget everything, but the interview was nice and was able to get the answers out of me. That's good. That's good. Value type string? Oh, because it's saying any. Well, I guess, yeah, that's the other tricky part is, I mean, do we put this right here? How do I tell it this is going to be a string? our SWA, it's okay to want that, but I feel here's the thing. It becomes a subliminal advertisement. I mean, you could be a T-bell plant, but whether or not you are, anyone else in chat that has a T-bell nearby, um, uh, might actually go there, and now we just advertise for them. So I'm gonna remove your comment. After equals and before. I mean, honestly, do I have full TypeScript in here? No. That's what I'm saying. Come on. No free advertising. Is it even worth doing all this stuff? If the goal is to get autocomplete, didn't we get that with just the config file? Yeah, so it's multifaceted, right? So you could, okay, here's level one. Level one is just do this. Validate. Great. Here's level two. Only ever define the env names as strings here. Prevent typos everywhere else. Right, so that's the main benefit of doing it this way is then you don't have the names that you could potentially make a typo in. Validate. Cool. Stop it, Terrell. No free clout, no free advertising. Yeah, I mean, so I guess Zod technically would extract the type, but like, do you get access to that type in JavaScript? I guess you do, don't you? Well, let's try this because I did not know that you could do this. Is that wrong? That's not right. I don't know. there's a potentially other way to go. I think we spent too long on this. I need to answer some other questions though. Yeah, it technically is the any type. Here's the thing: if we just install Zod really quick, actually, let's not advertise for Zod. Let's try out Typebox. This is another type validator thingy. That's not the right one. Sinclair is the right one. Do they have a validator though? So like, create the type, and then I guess you'd have to use. Wait, does JSON have a built-in validate function? I had no idea. Okay, I was about to say. So I guess technically we would need to use AJV, which is another JSON validator. Okay, maybe typebox isn't what we want to use for this. We'll use Zod. So we'll add Zod. Bring it in. Zod. You redeemed a hydrate. I don't typically. I give all of the points back for any um any redemptions. So I don't know why it's not working. So what we can do now is create our config schema. And this is going to be z.object. And we will say database URL is a z.string that cannot be empty, min length 1, and trim it. And then we could say module config schema dot parse. Well, we can put this as our config. And then we do something like this. And then this should have the right type. It does. Database URL is a string. Honestly, forget everything else I said. I think we can still actually use this. Oh, no worries, Sejim. This is fun to talk about, though, because this typically gets glossed over, and you see so many tutorials where they're just using process.env bare. So it is cool to talk about. Can we do this number? Yeah, if I get rid of the type const, does z object still no? It doesn't, so I still technically need that. So this is one way of going about it, but this is nice because right here throws error if database URL missing, like this. So let's comment everything else out. Honestly, this is kind of just the way to go. So bring in Zod, require the env, define all of your possible property names, define your validator. The other cool thing about Zod is you can actually have a parser. So let's say you want to bring in like a port, and that should be a number. Zod has a way of coercing strings to numbers. Let's actually just do that really quick. So for example, let's say we also want to have port. And over here, we do port. And we can see do z.coerce number. And we can also set a default. So like default to 3000, something like this. Now, we do this. I guess the other thing is we could say this object is type of config schema. I don't know. Okay, so define our possible properties, define our validator, pull those properties in from the env. Those are the steps, and then now we can use it over here. But if I start up the app right now, it should actually, let's do this. If we get rid of all the stuff in our .env, let's say we don't have anything in our .env, now because of this validator right here, this is going to throw an error when I try to start my app. Because it's missing those things. And now we should still get type completion too, though. Yeah, we still get type completion. But check it out. If I try to run this, boom, I get an error, and it's like, hey, database URL must contain at least one character. So this tells me that I'm actually missing something in my .env. So let's specify our .env or our database URL. We can also just log out the config like this. And now you can see it parses it. And because we didn't specify a port, it used the default value of 3000. But if we go in and override the port, 5000, it should coerce it to a number, and it does. So honestly, this is all you need. I'm going to remove all of my other examples. I guess I'll leave them there in case you want to look at them. But combining Zod with this will it gives you certain assurances, right? So now your app will crash unless database URL is defined. So you can catch that, and also now you get type completion over here because you can do config dot, and it tells you what the possible things are. Yeah. Let's see this, Oscar. I've never seen this library. Zod validation error. That's pretty cool. I'm curious why this doesn't come built in, but let's just add it to see what we get. Because you can see this was like a really verbose error. We could try to parse it and pull out the message, but let's see what this gives us. Yeah. Well, then we have to wrap it in a try catch. Ugh. Okay, here's what we do. Extract the error. I mean, technically, we could extract it in a catch too, but extracting the error is non-trivial because it's an array of errors, and then you have to get the properties. Like, obviously, we could write that code, but I don't want to write that code. From Zod error, does that just get imported? All right, and then let's remove database URL in here. From Zod error is not a function. What does this give us? We gotta destructure it. Validation error. String must contain at least one. I mean, I would go so far as to do this. Validation error.message. This will clean it up even more. Yeah, then you just get this error. String must contain at least one character, database URL. Oh, do it in the dot catch? Let's try it. Oh, I'd have to do parse async. But then, well, the issue is I want to crash the process. Like, I want to throw the exception here so it crashes the process. Now it seems over-engineered. It's really up to you. This piece is optional, but by doing this, now you get a slightly cleaner error message because it just tells you exactly what the error message is. Yeah. Safe parse will not throw an exception. Parse throws an exception. Cool. All right, I'm done talking about this. Yeah, you could also just use TypeScript, but some people can't. Some people have older code bases. Some people have large code bases that like they're not really ready to migrate yet. I'll show you where this code is. Where are we? Wait, did I not push it up? There we go. Here's the code from today if you want to check it out. Safe parse doesn't throw an error. It gives back data. Yeah. So if parse throws, safe parse gives you back the error that you can decide if you want to throw or not. Cool. I've been answering questions for probably like an hour and a half now. Let's do a quick fun thing. What if we do GeoGuessr? Can someone think of something fun we can do for like 10 minutes to take our minds off of code before we answer more questions? I mean, we could just code. Is this the one? Virtual Vacation? Wait, is this your game, America 2050? You want to link me your game? All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute break to take our minds off code, and then we're gonna get back to coding. But during the break, we're gonna play City Guesser. Oh, this is awesome. All right, let's do it. I'm gonna change my category real quick. Check it out. So city guessing. I'm gonna play US because that's what I know. All right, we have to guess what state we're in. I don't recognize anything yet. Let's see if we can see a license plate. There's Market Street. Is this San Francisco? I can't tell because the buildings are so small. Like we're not in a downtown area. Zoom out a bit. What am I missing? Oh, to do this? Is that what you mean? Just to fix the top? It could be like Philadelphia? Or so like Pennsylvania? I can't see any. I mean, am I allowed to pause and look at the license plate? I can't tell what the license plates are yet. All right, here we go. That's Washington State, isn't it? So, Hudson Alley? Are we in Seattle? I'm gonna guess Washington. No! Okay, that's not Washington State. Was it Oregon? Oh no. I swear that was a Washington State plate. It's America. Is it Pennsylvania? There's palm trees though. That's what's weird. Was it? Did you see a South Carolina flag? Can I rewind? I can't rewind. Charleston, South Dakota. I mean, I guess I'm gonna guess Pennsylvania. I don't know how to spell Pennsylvania. But there's palm trees. Why are there palm trees? Yeah, it's not Pennsylvania. I for the life of me, I can't get a good look at this license plate. Doesn't that look like the Washington license plate? I can't. I can't tell. Well, here's also a giveaway. The front of the vehicles do not have license plates. It said Charleston. All right, so we're gonna go with South Carolina then. Hey, okay. I mean, I want to try to get one on my own though. It was South Carolina. Um, What does a South Carolina license plate look like? It did not look like that. Oh, I have to guess the city? Charleston. Nice. All right, here we go. All right. It's either it's one of the coasts. It seems like we're near an ocean. I see palm trees. Um is it Hawaii or Florida? Waikiki? Oh, is that a surfboard? It could be Florida. Let's wait for and here I can get I'll put the sound on for you all. Are you telling me it's Hawaii? I've never been to Hawaii. I don't know what Hawaii looks like. Waikiki? How do you know? Ched says I've been to that Billabong store. Are you kidding me? So what did Ched guess? The main tourist spot in Oahu? Oh man. So yeah, I guess it's Hawaii. I have to turn off chat. Hawaii. Oahu. How do you spell Oahu? O-A-H-U. Wrong answers only. Is it Waikiki? Let's see if so we know we're in Hawaii. I just need to find the city. I mean, Ched has been to that Billabong store, so. I guess we just guess all the cities, right? I know Honolulu. That's one. Oh, that's right. Okay. All right. I cannot look at chat for this next one. No spoilers in chat. All right, we got the House of Blues. But where? Caroline and Dallas. Houston Center. Is it Houston, Texas? I did not know there was a House of Blues just like in their downtown area. Let's get a little more information. So like it's Texas, but like I mean I've been to Houston. I've never seen that. Maybe it's new. Okay, so it is Texas. I mean, it's got to be Houston. There's a big old H-Town thing. Nice. All right. San Francisco. All right, we'll do one more and then we'll get back to coding. All right, no spoilers in the chat. Let's see. Insomnia cookies. All right. That says that this thing has a label on it. Is it San Francisco? Amish Town, Pennsylvania. Burger Kitchen and Bar. There's the Alamo. The Alamo's cool if you haven't heard of it. It's a movie theater that serves food and beer. Yeah, I don't think it's San Francisco. There's we're on Main Street right now. Let's see if we can. Oh no, they panned up. We didn't get to see the license plate. All right, there's no license plates on the front of the car, so that's another sign of something. I don't know what it means. I feel like I don't know this for sure, but there are certain states where they don't require plates on the front of a car, And I feel like it's a lot of the southern states. I don't know for sure though, but I just know so Charleston, South Carolina didn't do it. I think Arizona is a state where they don't have them on the front. Michigan too, yeah. Oh, are we in Puerto Rico? Wait, does that count for USA? Yes. It's a Carolina. It's North Carolina. Dig it. South Carolina. Oh, wait, no, there's a space on the front. Ah. It looks like a Carolina to me. East Carolina. Or just Carolina. It looks like, so there's a license plate that has the Wright brothers on it. USA license plate. Yeah, it's North Carolina. This is what I thought I saw. Or maybe one of these. Maybe not, though. Middle Carolina. This person's just like I can't. I don't have any other indicators. I need them to walk more. The fact that cars can cross state lines, I guess that's true. So maybe it's surrounding. So what is? Am I allowed to look at a map of the U.S.? I don't even know what the map of the U.S. Here we go. We've got North Carolina, South Carolina. It could be Virginia, Tennessee. Is it Tennessee? Oregon. Okay, never mind. Yeah, a lot of people jaywalk on like American. Oh no, we're at a new. The House of Blues was Houston. The House of Blues was Houston. Oh, and actually, wait. All of a sudden, we're seeing cars that have plates on the front. That's different. So I guess maybe it's just like a tourist spot. Oh, okay. Cool. Thanks for that. Is it Ohio? Yeah, it's a mix of cars with plates on the front and not. Get the phone number? Yeah, I think at this point I'm like I don't want answers from chat, but I am gonna do some Googling based on my context clues. Like every now and then I'm pretty sure I see an Oregon plate. This, like the little tree. I'm pretty sure not this one. That doesn't look like that though, but the other ones did. Oh, you see the letters on the planters? Like the letters of the state.
Wait.
All right, now we're gonna start Googling. So we see Indie bar. Um, that's too common of a name. Whoa. And Loish. Thank you for the raid, Loish. What were you working on? I typically do coding, but we're taking a break from coding. What were you doing? Last.fm APIs with Rust. Oh, nice. Yeah, welcome in. We are answering code questions, but we're taking a break and playing this city guesser name. But after this, we're gonna go back to writing some code. This looks like really nice public transit, and in my experience, states in the South don't really have good public transit. Except I did watch a recent video about some really cool like privately owned light rails that are in Florida. But it's Kansas City. Ride KC? Where else is KC? Kansas City, Missouri. How do you spell Missouri? Kansas City, Kansas. Oh, where's Kansas City? In Kansas? No, it's in Missouri. All right. That was fun. Definitely check out this app. American 2050 in the chat. They're the one that made it. That was fun. Oof. Oof. Okay. Sequel Fortress says, I'm Canadian and I do that. I don't think I've ever been to Missouri. I don't think I've ever been to Kansas. Maybe I've driven through it. I don't know. Let's get back to coding. What's up, Waleed? Well, welcome in. There is a Kansas City in Kansas? Okay. Good to know. All right. If you want to ask a question, ! Ask, it will bubble up. And you can also go to this website, vox.coding.garden, and upvote questions that have already been asked. But let's see. So this one comes from I'm a Burnt House, who says, Hi, CJ. I'm a student, and I've been developing in Python using Flask and vanilla JavaScript for a while. YF RPATs. I think I'm still here. Looking to move to front-end libraries, possibly React. What would you suggest? Oscar says, if you're learning to get a job, check your local job market. If it's for hobby, Svelte is easy. I agree with that. If you're doing it just because you want to build things, I've always recommended Vue. It has a really good developer experience. It's really easy to pick up. It's pretty great. Svelte, along the same lines. These days, I don't think you can go wrong choosing either one of these. If you're looking for a job, it's probably going to be React. Probably. And then, like Lloyd is mentioning Solid.js. Yeah, like, the tricky part is Solid is so new that, like, I don't really know if there's anybody even hiring for it. But it's like, Solid is the middle ground. Like, if you like JSX, but you don't like manually declaring your dependencies in useEffect, or other things about React, use Solid. But honestly, I like Vue and Svelte. I think especially Vue, it just has like a lot more built in and in that ecosystem. So, yeah, and see you later, J Philly Web. Yeah, and I appreciate. Thank you for watching the VODs. Have a good one. Yeah. Who likes JSX? In all honesty, you'd be surprised. There are some serious JSX fans out there. But I mean, even recently, I showed some examples on stream where JSX can just get really out of hand. Also, if you're using the built-in state management in React, your state updates with like nested and spreaded objects can also get really out of hand. So I don't know, it varies. I'm a burnt house. I'm not going to talk about this for too long because as you can see, it's a very divisive topic, but I would absolutely recommend, like Oscar said, check if you're looking for a job, check all the job boards, see like what companies are hiring in your area and what are they hiring for. And it's typically React, depending on where you are in the world. Some places in the world are hiring a lot of Vue developers, and Angular is also used a lot in enterprise. So a lot of jobs will um, list that they use Angular or React. But if it's just for fun, I think Solid definitely has a future because you have all these React devs that are so used to JSX and really like JSX, but it gets rid of all the weird things about React, like use effect and use state. And that's really cool. But then Vue and Svelte, I feel like they have a really nice developer experience. So like I like the templating syntax of Vue. The templating syntax of Svelte is all right, but there's a lot more to it than just that. Like Vue has a router from the community. They have a global state management library that's maintained by the core contributors. The ecosystem in Vue is really nice. So yeah. So that's my answer. Is and honestly, you could just try building a small app with all five of them and see what you like the best. Honestly, I need to do a front end face off of all of these. There are a few others too, like Marco.js. I mean, I haven't heard about it recently, but this comes from the people at eBay. And it looks pretty cool. It's kind of svelty in a way. But this honestly looks weird. Like you just have this bare class here. Like what I like about Svelte, and then also what you can get with the setup API in Vue. Check out these examples. Like what's really nice about Svelte is that your JavaScript looks like just plain JavaScript, and then your templates just have a few curly braces to like reference variables. If you look at script setup in Vue, it's a very similar thing. You basically have your code in this area, and then your template down below. And so I think that's what a lot of people, what draws a lot of people to Svelte and Vue, like especially the latest version of Vue, is if you're already familiar with like basic web dev, it's easier to bridge the gap because you still put your script there and then you put your template there, but you have to learn like a slightly different templating language. React and Solid intermingle the two. So in React and Solid, your script and your template are all in one. And I argue, and still continue to argue, that it's very cumbersome. It's very cumbersome when you have like the mixed syntax. And then Angular also has a separated syntax, but Angular goes one step further and puts things in separate files. So like your scripts go into a separate file from your templates versus having it all in one file. So that's a thing. And then there's stuff like Marco. There's also like Quick. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Lois. I mean, like, I want to stop talking about it though, because it can get very divisive, especially when I start talking about how I don't like JSX. This is a new one from the original creator of AngularJS, Mishko Hevry. I think he, and a team of people as well. Whole nother thing. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think similar. It's a similar sentiment with Vue. Like when you're learning Vue, HTML goes in the template, JavaScript goes up here. There's a couple of special functions and then some like special templating syntax down here, but everything you know about HTML can go in your template. Yeah. I don't like JSX. I like TSX. Hey. But what I want to do is I want to show you some. So, because I think this is the other thing. When I say that I don't like JSX, it's really hard for me to back that up without actually showing you some examples. And I really want to have some examples to pull from of like how weird it can get. Because that's really what drives the point home is like when you see it, like if you compare that, like that super weird nested syntax to like implementing it the same way with like Vue or Svelte, that's really, I think when I can like really make that argument. But yeah. Yeah, no worries, I'm a burnt house. And then Stas linked this. This has all of the repos organized by stars. Yeah, and I mean, stars is one way of looking at libraries, but it's really just a popularity thing. It's not necessarily how many people are actually using that. So you also want to look at like npm downloads. So Oh, that's funny. Somebody has typo squatted on React.js. um, how do I find React on npm? Yeah, Riot's another one that you could look at too, right? JS. Um, all of these smaller ones like Riot and Marco. There's also like Mithril. There's a bunch of like lesser known ones that all have like interesting ideas. Is this the right one? 19 million weekly downloads. So also look at npm downloads. You like number of downloads isn't a perfect metric of how many people are actually using it because you also have like CI servers and scripts and stuff like that. But yeah. Then you could use lit. I think it's just lit.dev, isn't it? Yeah, this is web components. So that's another way to go. I don't know. Gotta stop talking about it. Oh, thank you, Nerdlove. It's for sale if you want one. A lot of people say this shirt is a little bit too loud, a little bit too red, but you can get it over on merch.coding.garden. Honestly, I feel like the shirt is more red in the camera than it is in real life. I don't know. Yeah, and then Alpine, I looked at this, I think the last code Q&A. It has an interesting approach in that like there's no like build tools, you just add it to the page and then everything is done through attributes. It seems like this would be good for like smaller one-off pages rather than a full application. Yeah. But I guess like inx.dev, do they have a front-end framework? I thought you could use anything with Nx. So Nx, as far as I knew, was a monorepo tool, and EB Mac. Thank you for that Prime. You're new. Welcome. Appreciate you. Monorepo tool, and then they have different templates that'll get you set up with like React or Angular. Yeah. You love my loud shirts. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, hopefully that helps. I'm a burnt house, but again, the answer varies depending on if you're looking for a job or if you're just trying to have a good time. I mean, people hate it when I say that too, but like, I've been writing React since 2016. React is not fun. React is not a good time. It requires more code, it requires more debugging, more time spent trying to make things faster. I feel ultimately like I've been thinking about like how I like I want to formalize my arguments here so that I can point people to this. Because the question also like the answer to the question like should I use React varies on like if you're starting out, if you're trying to find a job, or the people honestly that I want to convince are the people, the decision makers, right? The people that are about to spin up a new greenfield app. Greenfield, I believe it is if I'm using that right, it's the term for a new thing. Right? Yeah, a project which lacks any constraints imposed by prior work. So, which means you're in the process of deciding, should we use React? Should we use Vue? Should we use Svelte? Those are the people that I need to convince with my arguments because they're the ones that are good, that essentially perpetuate the cycle of people using React because they start up a new project, they build out a team, and they're using React. But I would argue that they shouldn't. They should choose something else. And those are the people I need to convince. So I need to formalize my argument. Killer says, "What's my take on the recent TypeScript return type debate? Just like I don't watch the news, I don't look at what the weather is going to be. I also don't follow JavaScript drama. Now, I'm not unaware of it. I know Theo posted a video, and then the Primogen had his take on it too. My take is TypeScript is just JavaScript. So you're stuck with JavaScript. Even though you're using TypeScript, you're stuck with JavaScript. So trying to argue that like TypeScript can be better than something that was written from the ground with types, I think that's like a losing argument, right? Because you're basically so like a language. I'm not even going to give context, and I'm going to stop right after this. A language like Rust has been written to think about type safety and memory safety and everything else from the ground up. They didn't have any baggage previously. TypeScript has all the baggage of JavaScript. So with that, TypeScript is inherently flawed. Like JavaScript, like and not that JavaScript is, I guess I'm saying JavaScript is flawed, but it's like we're taking a language that was meant to be very to have a lot of forgiveness built in, because it was meant to just be like one-off scripts on websites and just to add us a little bit of interactivity to web pages, which is now you're using that same language to build full-blown applications, which is why something like TypeScript became popular, because it basically adds a bunch of rules around JavaScript, which make it less loosey-goosey and stuff like that. So my take is, when you start arguing about types and stuff like that, you probably don't even want to use TypeScript at that point. Like personally, and like what I've said before is C# is just a better TypeScript. Like they have an ecosystem that's been around for longer. They have better ORM and database libraries, better things for generating API documentation. Like the TypeScript world is just now catching up with the kind of stuff that you could do like in C#. So my take is I'm not even going to have the debate because TypeScript is inherently flawed. That's my take. Yeah. I mean, and I think, most all drama is manufactured, right? Like it's to get views, to get people commenting. Rant over. If you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It'll bubble up. I'll do my best to answer it. Yeah, and I think Pranian is making a good point. Like, because TypeScript is based on JavaScript, basically you get to choose if you want to be loosely typed or strongly typed, and you can basically ignore TypeScript anywhere you want, which is why I like JavaScript and TypeScript, because like I spent like close to a little over 3 years in C#, and everything was very strictly typed, and so I moved into the JavaScript world, and I was like, this is amazing. Everything's dynamic. Like everything doesn't have to be predefined. And like that's some of the reasons I moved into JavaScript and why I like JavaScript. But you don't you don't choose TypeScript for you don't choose it because it has like a really good type system. You choose it because ultimately you want to be writing JavaScript, but you want a better time writing JavaScript. That's my hot take. Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of people forget about TypeScript is like, literally, TypeScript does not run. TypeScript gets removed, and then it's just JavaScript. So, yeah, and I've looked at the incremental typing. Like, I don't like it. Like, I feel like, I think again, like, I think it ultimately, if we want those kinds of things, we just need a different language that compiles to JavaScript, right? Like, I mean, I think, and a lot of people have tried, like for the longest time, Dart wanted to be like the next language built into browsers that like had type safety and stuff like that. I don't know, like if you look at the proposal though, like it just seems like it would make JavaScript engines much more complex. Because the same way the type annotations get stripped away, like with TypeScript, you now have to build that into a JavaScript runtime, and it just seems like it would slow things down. I don't know. It honestly might get added, and I'll probably use it, but I don't know. All right, one computer guy has a question. How important is it to have a portfolio to land a job as a developer? Yeah, and I get one more point on this thing is like people using TypeScript are using a transpiler anyways, right? So the code you're writing, the types get stripped away anyways in any of the apps that you're building. Like you're never writing JavaScript directly, and so I think it's fine to do, like, if you want type safety, you use a build tool and a bundler that ultimately gives you JavaScript. Like, I don't think it makes as much sense to actually add types to the browser. I don't know. Yeah, and I guess I don't have as much experience with incremental types in Python. It'd be interesting to check out because I was thinking about this, like, even like yesterday. It was like, so TypeScript was invented to make JavaScript more sane. What exists in the Python world? Or is it just that Python already has things built into it that let it be a bit more safe than JavaScript? Yeah. Koenig says, I did a couple of React technical tests and got a really bad feedback for bad practices, something about senior code, even though everything was in place. Any recommendations about good practices with React in general? This is a really big question because it ultimately comes down to like code architecture. So like, how do you break things down into components? How do you decide what props are going to be passed to components? How do you validate and type those props? Like, I think it more so comes down to the structure of your application. Um, and that's what they might mean by more senior code, because a junior might just put everything in one component, or not really care about the props or the interfaces, or do any kinds of like prop validation. Whereas a senior is going to have more uh, like cleaner, smaller components, that kind of thing. I don't have any good resources on best practices, but I think that's maybe what they're getting at. When I've looked at submitted take-home React tests that I did for like people that I was interviewing, one of the first things I would look at is like, do they have consistent indentation, right? Like, I feel like not all seniors actually care about linting and formatting, but I do, especially if you're working on a team. Like the code needs to be consistent. So anytime I saw a code base from an applicant with like tabs and spaces mixed and like sometimes semicolons, sometimes not, like immediately I see it as a red flag. Like, well, they're not like, they don't have a consistent code style and they didn't set up a linter. So how are they going to behave in my code base? That's like one thing I looked for. And then the other thing is like, how many components, like, do you break things down into components? Are you like validating the props and stuff like that? I don't know. I don't have any like solid answers for you. Yeah, I'm trying my best, Loish. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the raid. There are type hints in Python. Okay. Huh. Yeah. Tabs or spaces. Now, I've been convinced by Rich Harris that I forget the exact arguments, but I saw his argument for it and I was like, oh, that just makes too much sense. Tabs. But the Airbnb config, which is the linter config I use, uses a 2-space tab, so I think it technically uses spaces. I don't know, tabs make the most sense because every developer can choose how they want to view the code. Like, do they want to see it with a 2-space tab or a 4-space tab? But the code itself is just tabs. That's why I think that's the argument. That's the argument. It's like someone that prefers a 4-space tab can look at the same code as me without actually changing the code, which is the argument for tabs. Yeah. What's up, Scuba Sus? Double quotes go in the garbage. I don't know. I guess, yeah, I do prefer single quotes because I like the Airbnb config, which says to use those. But the thing is, like, so like when in C style languages like C# and Java and C++, strings are actually in double quotes. So honestly, I kind of want to get used to using double quotes instead of single quotes. I don't know. What's this, Mimbari? Did you create this? Like, it detects the toxicity of your chat? Yeah. And so, I mean, I think that's one thing, the idea of linting or formatting your code. Yeah. Okay. All right, back to this question from one computer guy. How important is it to have a portfolio to land a job as a developer, and what would be a good starting point for projects, mainly Node.js or React? We keep our chat pretty calm, pretty nice. We're open to new ideas. I don't know. We try not to bash things. Yeah, I think that was another argument for tabs, is like accessibility. Like a screen reader potentially would have more, like someone who's blind that's coding could potentially have more issues with spaces. I don't know. To this question by one computer guy, if you already have industry experience, you might not need a portfolio. Now, you potentially will be competing with people, in terms of competing for the job, you'll be competing with people that do have industry experience and do have a portfolio. But not everyone has spare time to work on personal projects. Like, some people can only hold a full-time job. And a lot of times when you're working a job, the things you work on are proprietary. So you actually can't share the code on GitHub or something like that. You could potentially anonymize them for a portfolio. Like, you could say, I worked on X app for company of X size, and it had these various features. But depending on where you worked and what you did, it's harder to showcase your stuff in a portfolio because you worked at a company that was doing proprietary things. So it varies. I would say if you have industry experience, you might not actually need a portfolio because you have like 3, 4, 5 years of experience and you have those jobs listed on your resume. If you have less experience, then a portfolio makes a lot more sense because you need some way of convincing employers that you know how to code, and you need to be able to point at things you've built or code that you've written if you can't point to experience that you have. So that's my answer. I don't know how much experience you have, One Computer Guy, but yeah, basically if you create your resume and you have all of your experience listed out and it's not a full page yet, you might need some portfolio projects. And there's a lot of other opinions on that too. I think there are, like, some people are of the opinion that you need a portfolio no matter what, but they forget about people that don't code in their spare time and have only worked on proprietary things. So yeah, and that's the issue. Like, you do your best to describe those projects without breaching the NDA on your resume. But if you don't have enough projects or experience, you can you might need some side projects in a portfolio. So yeah, and so, like, yeah, if you're self-taught, you have no prior experience, you definitely need a portfolio. You need some way of showing employers that you know what you're doing without job experience. So they need to test you, and they need to make you good. Yeah, I think, like, the tricky part is, like, even if you have experience, you still need to you still need to show that you actually know what you're doing, because experience, 2 years of experience is not equivalent everywhere, right? Depending on, like, what jobs you've worked and what kind of projects you worked on those 2 years. Like, some people just twiddle their thumbs for 2 years at a job, and it's not equivalent to someone else who's, like, been, like, working their butt off, like, learning new things and shipping features. So, which is why the interview process, companies try to validate that people actually know what they're talking about, which is why they give you a test, or they ask you to do a take-home project. Now, I would argue, like, any take-home project that takes more than a couple of hours is a lot to ask, because the person interviewing potentially is already working a job right now, or, like, doesn't have spare time in the evenings. So it's a lot to ask if something is going to take, like, 8 hours to do, for, like, a take-home project. And I would just ignore those. Like, yeah, I wouldn't spend the time doing it, because it's getting hired is a two-way street, right? Like, especially, like, if you are valuable as a potential applicant, like, you have experience, you're a good fit for this role, like, the company needs to do just as much work as you do. And when it's imbalanced, like, if you're trying to, if they're asking you to do, like, a really big take-home project, and then, like, they're not giving as much effort in the process, then that's an issue. Yeah. Years of experience, and some companies ask, are they are really literal? It depends. Like, sometimes it's negotiable, right? So yeah, if they say you need 3 years of experience, but you already have 2, I think it's worth applying. It's absolutely worth applying. The worst thing that could happen is they deny you. So you should absolutely apply to jobs like that. And it also goes with, like, what I kind of just said, which was 3 years of experience is not the same everywhere, right? So by them saying 3 years of experience, they're just saying that as, like, a base rule. But some people get 3 years of experience just working for a year, especially, like, at a startup or in, like, a faster paced environment. Like, you're writing more code, you're shipping more features. And so your 1 year of experience is potentially equivalent to someone who's been in the industry for, like, 2 or 3 years at, like, a larger company that moves slower, you know? So absolutely. Like, if you only have a couple and it says 3 or 4, still apply. Because the worst that could happen is they just say no. So yeah. What do I think about live coding interviews? It varies. I think you should demonstrate that you know how to code to the people you're applying to, or to the company that you're applying to. And it also depends on, like, what kind of coding that company does. So, like, if they do a lot of pair programming, or they're really big on code reviews and stuff like that, then you should actually be comfortable coding in front of someone else. Now, not every job is that way. Not every job actually has code reviews, or has it where you're sitting next to somebody you're working with and writing code with them. And I would argue in jobs like that, it doesn't make as much sense to do a live coding interview, because you're putting the interviewee in a situation that is nothing like the real job. But if it is a job that does pair programming, does code reviews, you have to be able to code in front of other people. But not every job is that way. But it depends. Everything depends. Yeah, I think that like that's the tricky part, right, Lois? Just like you spent so much time on that take home, and then the company never even calls you back. It's like applying for jobs does like it needs to be a two-way street. Like the company also needs to work just as hard as the applicants are trying are working. All my job interviews said 5+ years of experience, and all I had was one, and I have the job. Nice, yeah. So Dean Bull is is an example of that. If you need to make a project, charge them to development. Yeah, I mean, and this also actually is an issue with some companies that say they're hiring and ask for specific take home. So when I worked at a code school, some of my students applied to companies like this, where they would give them a take home challenge that was basically just work, like literally implementing new features for a thing or integrating an API or something like that. And you definitely don't want to work for free. Like if you see something that isn't like build a to-do API or build a to-do app, like something that's like really repetitive and like known. If your take home is anything more than that, they might just be asking you for free work, and you do have to be careful with that. You may be like, oh yeah, and there are some companies that actually will pay applicants by the hour for their take home projects. Now, obviously, that's probably like more rare, but that's especially a company that like I would apply to because they value their applicants' time, right? They know that they're gonna have to spend a few hours doing this thing, so they're actually gonna pay them for that. So, yeah. What's up, Tripod? Welcome in. Bring an open source project along, and then we do a code review. I've been doing that for 5 years, and the best one still was a simple calendar app the guy built in React just for the interview, but it showed a really good understanding of React fundamentals and his thought process. There were trade-offs he made for time because it was an interview, but I was able to talk through how he would have done it differently given more time. Yeah. I like that type of interview because basically any kind of interview situation where the interviewee potentially has confidence and knowledge of the thing makes for a better interview, right? Like, because you get to see that interviewee shine, right? Like they wrote that code base, they know it inside and out, and you really get to talk shop with them. Like you ask them, well, why did you make this decision here? Or like, what could you have done better here? And so, yeah, I think that's actually, I like that. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Lloyd says, I had a case where they made me build an actual feature and they paid me for the interview. It was a cool way to do a take home. Yeah, so like that's what I was talking about. That's awesome. Yeah. GitHub used me for testing a new tool. Wait, for the interview process? That's funny, Chad. I asked for some compensation and they ignored me. Nice. It's a conversation. We're not putting them on the spot. It seems to work well. Yeah, and I think that's the other tricky part about interviews is most people get nervous. Like, it's actually very rare to be a person that doesn't get nervous in situations like that. So what's tricky about the interview is now you're seeing the person in their non-natural environment, right? You're seeing them with nerves. And a lot of people, when you have nerves, like you can't perform, you don't have the same level of skills and thought processes as when you're not nervous. So as an interviewer, everything you can do to like calm the person down and make them feel as comfortable as possible, I think helps because you're actually seeing how that person actually works when not nervous, because most of the time on the job, you're not going to be nervous. So, yeah. Okay. Hopefully that helps, one computer guy. Basically, if you don't have that much experience, you might have to start some side projects just to get them into your portfolio. And Crimson Rave, thank you for the resub. 4 months, nice. Would love 5 seconds of you complaining about TypeScript to make me feel better. TypeScript is cumbersome. TypeScript makes you write more code. There you go. That's my complaint about it. I mean, which aren't necessarily bad things. Like in the dev world, cumbersome is potentially good because it makes it so that the code you're writing is more robust. But here's another point I'll make, one computer guy. Your side projects in your portfolio do not have to be revolutionary or new ideas. Like it doesn't have to be you invented some app, right? It literally can just be like make it better than a to-do app, but it doesn't have to be amazing. It just needs to showcase your skills. It needs to showcase what you're able to do. The idea itself or the app itself doesn't have to be amazing. So like, don't get too caught up on, if you're trying to choose a side project to add to your portfolio, don't get too caught up on the idea. Definitely look at like Florin's repo with all these app ideas. They have like beginner, intermediate ideas. Honestly, just pick an idea that calls to you and just work on that thing, because ultimately what matters is the code, like, and also showcasing your skills, and also choosing portfolio projects that showcase your skills, right? Because if you want to get hired as a React dev, have projects in your portfolio where you're writing a lot of React. If you want to get hired as a backend dev, have projects where you're doing API stuff or database stuff. So yeah, all right. Hopefully that helped, one computer guy. And see you later, Luis. Thank you for the raid. Have a good one. Is there any community that makes code reviews of side projects? I don't know. I don't know. How do I recommend practicing for interviews? I don't have good advice on this because it's been a very long time since I searched for a job. If you have a local network of people, try to like ask your friends if you can just mock interview with them. There are also like online services that you can get paired with someone and do like a mock interview. So like mock technical interviews. I mean, this is the first search result. I have not used it. Anonymous mock interviews with engineers. Cool. This might cost money because it's like using their time, but sites like this seem fine. There probably are also some communities out there and like Discord servers out there where you can just say, hey, I want to do a mock interview, and like somebody will give you like 30 minutes of their time or something like that. Why do my messages keep getting pushed down? Well, right now, if you do exclamation mark here, it'll bubble up. Right now, right here, right now. Oh, Free Code Camp has mock interview. That's cool. Let's answer this from Daddy Ray because I didn't get to answer their question last time. Daddy Ray says, I'm having a problem getting an API to delay a promise. It's grabbing the data and then waiting. Interesting. Do you have a small code example that you can share? You try to come up with like an isolated example. Let's see. Is it okay to share this on screen or on stream? Okay, here we go. Line 260. Oh, you have to add, I think you have to add me as a collaborator. Let me sign in and then you can add me as a collaborator. Oh, you have the Pokemon logo? I didn't even see that. That's awesome. Let me log in really quick. So that's the error. um, yeah, so W3CJ is my GitHub account. All right, let's take a look. Honestly, will this even work? Cool. All right, so the problem is the API is getting to the data, then waiting. I need to wait. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. What just happened? Okay. API is getting data, then waiting. Need to wait and then get the data. I have probably not, because if you didn't do here, then I didn't answer it. Say Lolic. Like this one? Yeah, I haven't answered it yet. All right. Next spawn is a countdown to the new data. PokeID is the data. Need to add a 150 millisecond delay after the countdown. Okay, so you have this load API data function, and then where are you calling it? Here. So you wait. You call the API to get the data back, and then if next spawn is true, you want to wait and then find that data. So am I in the right spot here, Daddy Ray? Okay. So what you want to do is wait, then grab the data. And I guess the tricky part about that is you don't know what the next spawn sleep duration is going to be until you get the previous data. Is that accurate? Here, I'll turn slow mode off so you can talk to me. Yeah, I mean, so if we look at like delay, that's probably just like a promise resolve of a set timeout. Yeah, like this. Like this. If you don't wait, you get the old spawn. Okay. Yeah, I guess I think what you're wanting here is you're wanting to wait before you make this request. Is that the issue? So like right here, wait. We also don't know how long to wait. I don't know if I understand this exactly right, but here's what I'm thinking. So you have something like a current wait variable, and you set that to 0. And then whenever you call this function, you wait for the current wait before calling the API, like this. But then, after you get back the response, set current wait to be this. So now the next time it waits the spawn of the previous. Data is not defined. Response.data. Does that make sense? So basically, when the app first starts up, there's no delay because you just want to get the spawn. But then when you get that response back, it tells you how long you need to wait for the next spawn. So the next time you call this function, now current wait is set to what it was from the previous request. Does that make sense? And then you actually don't have to do this down here. So down here, you can just immediately use the data that you get back. So you don't have to do this. You can remove the sleep down here and just do the thing. Does this solve your problem? So, I mean, and you can try this to see if this works. But basically now, yeah, it should. So now the next time you call load API data, it's gonna wait for the amount of spawn from the previous time that you called it. I think this is mainly what you were missing. Like basically, first time, no wait at all. Every other time after that is the wait of the previous request. I don't know if this this saved. Can you see my code, Daddy Ray? If you can't, I'll send it to you in a gist. You can see it? Okay. Turn off public access. I don't know if other people can edit it too. Uh, but hopefully that works out for you. Let me know in Discord if you get it working later. What kind of Pokemonster hack? I think he has a like a bot that people can do um like chat commands for catching Pokemon and stuff like that. All right, yeah. So if you asked a question, exclamation mark here, it'll bubble up, and I'll do my best to answer it. I'll try real hard. Why is Webpack so confusing? Should I carry on with it or just go back to Gulp? You're gonna hate this answer. Use Vite instead. So Vite is the new hotness. Really, I mean, you also give Parcel a chance too. Parcel came out a few years ago, and it was really nice because it's like zero config out of the box. Vite, similarly, mostly zero config, but is customizable. But yeah, honestly, that's the answer. Is both Vite and Parcel are so much easier, than like trying to create your own Webpack config. Like honestly, set a 30-minute timer. Try getting it set up with Vite, and you'll probably be done. You probably won't have to wrestle with it. Syndev says Vite doesn't handle dynamic requires. I mean, I don't have experience trying that. It's possible that you could run into an issue there. Yeah. What's up, Ed? I have not launched a course. I need to launch a course, but I haven't. So TypeScript, Sass, resizing images. Yeah. So, it'll all just work. So, Vite, I believe, like you can generate a folder that just like has TypeScript by default, and then any plugin you need, could just be a roll-up plugin. And so I have a Vite app, and I found a plugin called like Vite image resizer. I don't know if Webpack is dying. I think it's falling out of favor just because it's so complex to maintain and set up, whereas these other things are way less complex. Vite plugin image optimizer. Vite image tools. Yeah, I've actually tried both of these. So both of these are plugins for Vite, and then you can update your imports to like import images at a specific size. This one optimizes images using Sharper. You just add it as a plugin. Basically, you can search NPM for plugins that you might need, and then it'll all just work. I don't like answering a question with, well, just use something else, but it really is a whole lot easier than Webpack, so. Yeah. ImageKit? Yeah, I haven't used that before. Without Webpack, we would not be where we are right now. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not to discount it in any way. It's just like there are better tools. I think the same thing goes for like any other technology that we're using. Like without AngularJS, we would not be where we are today. We absolutely wouldn't. They did it first, and don't let anyone. I mean, they were one of the first. I mean, I was thinking about this recently too because I've watched some YouTube videos that like try to give a history of web development. They typically just skip over a whole era of web development, and they basically say we went immediately from AngularJS to React. But I mean, you could argue that like Knockout.js, and like Backbone.js didn't have as much of an impact on web dev, but like I think they did. Like there was a time when people would reach for like Knockout instead of Angular. These other tools definitely had some good ideas that like I think even like Angular like stole some ideas from Knockout. Yeah, and then Ember too. Everybody forgets Ember. My voice is squeaking. What's up, Cian Griffin? It's so interesting to think about, like, and I guess just like as I'm getting older, I'm real like I have been in this industry long enough that now there are people that don't know the history, and then there are people that are telling the wrong history, and it's kind of frustrating. It's like I guess I was never like, and especially like it's Yeah, yeah. And I mean, at the end of the day, you could argue, well, does that history really matter because everyone's just using React anyways? I mean, I kind of think it does because like the current move, and I think somebody actually asked this question. Was it about SSR? Yeah, I don't know if you're here, Shirkum. But I'm going to answer this question because this is what I'm about to talk about. You're in Ember and you're converting your app to React. Why? Why? Yeah, yeah, I think that's the point that I'm trying to make is like we learn from our mistakes. Like we learn from what we've done before, and we try not to repeat those errors and issues again. And like Ember was just ahead of its time. Like Ember had it was from the same creators of Rails, Ruby on Rails. And if you've ever used Ruby on Rails, you know that it's extremely opinionated. But what's nice about really opinionated things is you can get up and going really quick, and you don't have to make a lot of decisions yourself. Ember has a very similar idea, but it's like, I mean, even in their tagline, a framework for ambitious web developers or ambitious web apps. At the time, people weren't like had apps that weren't as big, and so like choosing React made a little bit more sense because there was less overhead. Like your code base wasn't as large. So yeah, React makes enough sense. Like I don't want to have to use all of the conventions of Ember. Sure, but then as your app starts to grow, you start to realize, oh, well, maybe we could have benefited from some of those opinions and stuff like that. And now, like that's where we're at. Like that's why things like Remix and Next.js and even SvelteKit and anything that has more opinions, it's starting to fall more into favor because people are realizing, oh yeah, well, most of the apps we're going to build are big enough that we kind of like and appreciate those opinions. So everything old is new again. So that's what I think about this. And things starting to look more like PHP. I think like it makes a lot of sense because like if you've honestly, let's write some PHP right now. And Stony Eagle, thank you for that gift. You're too kind. You're too kind. If you're new to Ember, I do like it way easier. Before Octane, not so good. Yeah. I came into the Ember app that hasn't been maintained for years. The parent company wants everything in React. Yeah, and I think like this is the other thing about like React taking over is well not taking like React becoming mainstream. It's always been mainstream. I don't know. There are more React developers now than ever. So if you're a company that's hiring developers, it kind of makes sense to do it in React because it's going to be easier to hire, etc. But yeah, if I wanted to build a site for the next 20 years, what would I use? It's too far down the road. I think anything I build is not going to last 20 years, right? Right? I don't know. Twitch used to be Ember. Yeah, I think LinkedIn is still built with Ember, right? Right? Back to the Coding Garden courses topic. Spin up a course as soon as possible. I'm looking for a high quality boot camp. Would rather spend that. Yeah, it's going to take some time for me to because eventually I want to create like a web dev boot camp course, but I don't know. Can't believe what I just heard. I'm going to do something with PHP. Yeah. Let's do it. No, we're going to write some PHP right here, right now. Will we still be using web browsers in 20 years? I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. Like to answer that question, like what would I use to build something that's going to work for the next 20 years? Honestly, like if I had to get it done quickly, it would be things that I have the most experience with. I have the most experience building APIs with Express and building front ends with just completely client-side rendered React. I do not have much experience using Next.js or any of like the hybrid rendering frameworks. So if I needed to build something now and I needed to build it quick, I would use what I know, which is an API built with Express and like a front end built with Vue, probably. I mean, I could do it with React too, but I would choose Vue. So yeah. Yeah. All right, let's write some PHP. So first off, I want to run PHP on my computer. So I'm going to spin up a Docker container. So let's look for Docker PHP images. I think like we probably want Docker PHP Apache. So we want Apache and PHP all in one image. So this is what we want. We could use xampp. I'm literally just gonna spin up a container that has PHP, and then we're gonna write some PHP. That's what we're gonna do. And like I think that's the other thing is like I don't know the best way to do this, but that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna spin up a container that can run PHP, and then we're just gonna write some PHP code to show you what it can do. And then you can compare that to what you've seen like in Next.js server components or in React server components or even in like Astro and stuff like that. But look at PHP. So in here, well, no, we're going to go into the look at PHP folder. I want a Docker. No, I guess really I just need a Docker Compose. I'm gonna create a folder called www. That's gonna have all of our PHP code in it. I want to have an index.php, and it's just gonna say hello world right now. Little h1. Yeah. So there we go. That's gonna be our homepage. Now our Docker Compose, we want to pull from the PHP Apache server. Yeah, like this. And then we'll have our services. We want our app. I got to go look up the syntax for this. PHP Apache? My favorite code, H1. Let's go. I'm honestly just gonna go copy a Docker Compose file from an old project, like entropy chat. Because I always forget the syntax and stuff. So we want, yeah, so we'll specify the image. We can specify a volume and a port. I think that's really all I need. That's really all I need. So I'm going to say that I want to map the www folder in my app here to, we'll figure out whatever, there's like a default folder where all of the stuff lives for Apache. We're going to do that as a volume. And then we need to map some open port on my machine to port 80 inside of the machine. So we'll do 8989. Okay, I think this will use version 8, I think, by default, whatever the latest version is. Brew install PHP. We'll use the Docker container. All right, does anybody know offhand what is the default like Apache folder? Yeah, var www HTML, is that accurate? Seems fine. I need to start Docker. htdocs? I don't know. We'll see. Whatever is the default thing, and then I think it just supports PHP by default. Here we go. So this is grabbing the PHP an Apache container. Oh, we might need to run a command so that it doesn't fill. Oh no, it's up. It's up. Okay, so by default, it's running Apache in the foreground. Now, if I go to localhost 8989, hello world, beautiful. So now we can do some PHP stuff. Look at this. So now I've got PHP. I need to look up the syntax, but there's now create Facebook. Yeah, it's basically you want to do something like this. Where's the blue screen glitching? First try. Yeah. We've got. No, we're not doing Laravel. We're just doing plain old PHP. I want to show you server-side code intermixed with client code. I need to learn PHP. Where do I learn PHP? Let's try it. Let's make sure that we actually have PHP. So this will echo all the info about the currently installed PHP version. Syntax error. Just like that? Or is it like that? Yeah, I think we want learn X and Y minutes. Yeah, lamp stacks, Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. Close my PHP block? But how? PH semicolon? Hey, that's it. Look, so this just tells us the info about like the PHP stuff we have installed. But now you can do some like echo commands. So we don't want that. We just want some straight up code. So I'm gonna do echo hello world, like this. And now it says hello world, but I think I could even match or like wrap that in an actual like h1 tag. No, I might have to do string concatenation because it like I think this would need the closing one. So I could do something like h1 concat that with this. What are we doing? We're writing some PHP. Yeah, so now it's hello world, and you can see the PHP server is actually like rendering this out. So when the browser loads this code, we don't see any of the client stuff. How do I close the tag? Is that going to go right here? Like this? Is that valid? Or like this? That's that it? That's it? Yes. Yes. um yeah, okay. How easy would it be to query a database right now? I know Composer is like the package manager of the PHP world. Is there a Mongo package? It seems like there is. Can I just install this in here? Would I do this in the www folder? How do I get in? How do I get Composer? Let's look at Composer. I want to get Composer on my machine. Get started. Docker image. Here we go. Full Composer. Run it. Run and install. To add Composer to an existing Docker file, you can simply copy the binary file from pre-built low-size images. So I think that's the yeah, Phantom Bombers. Like we're just trying to make it work. That's really it. I mean, there's probably a better way to go about this, but so this is telling me that I could have a Docker image that has the Composer executable installed. I don't think I need that though, because if I have it on my local machine, then I'm thinking it's going to work like an npm package JSON where like composers will list the dependencies and then we like commit those, right? So I'm just going to install it locally. No, that says no. Look, I'm going to install Composer. Stop. Try and stop me. PHP, I do believe, is built into Macs. Maybe not. No, stop. Says stop what you're doing. Okay, we could also find like a PHP Apache Composer Docker. I just want to query a database in PHP. Am I learning it? Not sort of. Think of Composer like npm. Composer is npm. Yeah, it's a package manager. That's it. PDO. Plain old data object. or I see what you're saying. That like we could query a SQL database with PDO and SQLite. I want to do MongoDB though. I'm already using the PHP Apache image. Does it have Composer inside of it? I guess that's something I didn't even think about. Um, oh, I see. It installs it in the PHP plugins folder. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go into the container here and see if it has Composer already. Not found. But we could install it in the Docker container. This is taking forever. I'm just gonna kill that. I don't want Composer on my machine. I think what I want now is I want a container that uses this image from here. And the command we want to run is Apache D foreground or CMD. But in here, inside of the container, we can install Composer. Let's look at their docs on installing it. Just remove the whole thing. See the download page for instructions. Seems fine. Syntax error line 80 of default runtime directory must be a valid directory, absolute or relative to server root. Apache run directory is not defined. How do you do an environment variable like that? And then we just tell it this. Cool. Apache log directory is not defined. Apache run user, bad username. Apparently there's some more variables that I need. Does this tell me? Do it with Nginx. I honestly need a Docker container that just has Compose and everything else inside of it. Do I need to specify the working directory? Maybe that's it. Well. Why not just do the stuff? Why use a composer? Well, I think I need some kind of package manager. I thought Composer was the main PHP package manager. PHP package manager. Composer. Packagist? These are all Apache problems. Yeah. Um, no, I switched. So today I'm telling YouTube to come over to Twitch. Um, okay. At this point, we potentially want to use the Composer Docker. So we saw a Composer Docker. They had a Docker image. Yeah. So, but the thing is, it seems like it was a separate Docker container. Does this already have to add to? Oh, here we go. To add to an existing Docker file, copy the. Okay, this is all I need. Ah, this is all I need. Yeah, but apparently Apache run directory needs to be specified. What should that be? Um, we need to source the vars. etc Apache 2 envars source. I guess this is like Alpine Linux. What's the command for sourcing in Alpine Linux? Like I need to read these environment variables in. He's just doing this. But this just runs Composer. I guess you're saying like, but I thought I need Composer inside of the Docker container, right? Right? Wouldn't this run Composer separately? And where did you find that command? Here, this one. Oh, I see. This is actually going to pull. This is going to put it in the app directory in my local project. Yeah, I guess that's all I need. Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, we'll keep this the same way. Let's rebuild this. Spin it up. Oh, what did we do wrong? We didn't change anything, did we? Maybe this is the wrong command. Oh well. We'll just go back to we'll go back to pulling from this image. I think I probably just have the wrong start command. That's my main issue. So spin it up. Great. Now what you're saying is we can actually run this. I think we've already pulled Composer technically, but we'll pull it. Make sure we have it. And then this is going to install it in the current directory. I mean, we're having fun here. We're having fun. Composer could not find a composer.json file in /app. To initialize your project, please create a composer.json file. Cool. So let's do it in here, and let's make a composer.json file. What goes in a composer.json file? These. For now, we're not going to require anything. But I'm now going to run this. Beautiful. Okay, I think we're on our way. Now I can go and grab that MongoDB dependency that I wanted. MongoDB/MongoDB. Yeah, this one. And what's the current version? 1.15. Okay, I get it now. Watch me. Watch me. I'm gonna do composer require MongoDB / MongoDB. Requires X MongoDB but not present. Did it talk about that over here? Oh, I have to get all. Can I tell it to install with dependencies? Um, I guess I just install that instead. No. Help. Why isn't it auto installing its dependencies? Oh, composer init would have done it then. All right, here we go. Remove the composer.json. Run composer init. And then it creates the JSON file, which is just that. I mean, or is it? Oh, it creates a composer.lock file. I see. And a vendor. Whoa, so much stuff. This is what I was talking about. I thought it would put it in the directory itself. I need to add it to my PHP INI. Well, tell me how to do it. What's up, Alka? We're writing PHP. Installation. What's PCL? I have to run these commands. At this point, this is where I do want a Docker file. So like I need a. Is there like a run inside of Docker Compose? What do you have, Phantom Bomber? Yeah, Docker file. My goodness. This runs PHP. Has a bunch of stuff. That's too much. I feel like we can get it done with less, right? We have to. Struggling with the INI file. Okay, so I think here's the thing. I think if we actually go into this look at PHP thing, we probably will. I don't want. Here's the. I'll do it now, but I want this to be a part of the image. So technically this will work, but the moment I spin the image down, then it won't have it anymore. Honestly, that's fine. That's fine. PHP Composer Mongo mounted. Yeah, yeah, it's a lot. Um, just trying real hard to install that. I mean, honestly, we want this to be a part of the container. Um, what's up, Midnight? Welcome in. I just don't know the right way to create a Docker file here. It's too much code to just use their container. um, let's look at the. We were looking at the Docker PHP thing. We're looking at this. You need that much code to get it working? I hope not. Um, but we're using it with Apache. Do I just say this from PHP? Yeah, I'm trying midnight. That's really all we're doing here. Okay, guide you through creating composer package name. Trying. Well, I'm kill that for now. Um, did this finish? Oh, this actually finished. That's okay though. We're gonna kill this container. Because I thought this is the command we need to run. Apache 2 D foreground, but apparently not. Yeah, so I didn't do that right. I just need to. Oh, don't need to add that command. Okay, okay, we're on our way. Check it out. Check it out. Now we can run these two commands as part of the container. So now, we're gonna run that command and run that command, and now MongoDB is going to be installed in the container itself. Do I need anything else? I think that's all I need. That's all I need. And then now we can build it again, but now it's gonna do the MongoDB install inside the container. Need the Composer library? Well, we were doing running Composer through Docker in the folder. So I'm gonna, after this is done, I'm gonna redo the Composer init command. And we'll try it from there. So many people are yelling at their screen right now. No, just do it this way. I hope this will. I think this will work. I guess there will potentially be other issues we run into that I'm not. I'm not aware of. But I mean, this is what the driver says. I mean, it says if we do those two things, then it should work. But oh, it's done. It's done. Cool. So now, we can run easy Docker. So we're running Composer init in this folder. This is going to be trying PHP. Invalid should be lowercase. Trying PHP. Invalid. Lowercase and have a vendor name, a / and a package name. Oh, I get it. I get it. Coding garden / trying PHP. No description. No author. I am the author. Package type. Project. MIT license. Would you like to define your dependencies interactively? Yeah, come on. Search for a package. MongoDB. I want number 1, please. Leave it blank. Use the latest version. Huh? Oh, you know what it is? Inside of the Composer install, it doesn't have that, but my container with PHP inside of it does have that. At this point, I think we can, because I fixed my container file, I think we can actually just get Composer inside of the container. Watch me. Watch. I can do this. It's a Unix system. I know this. So set up the Mongo dependency. What's nice is I think if we leave these commands in that order, it's already cached. So now we can just do this. I'm scared. I'm scared. Um, all right, here we go. Okay, check it out. Now we'll spin it up, but now composer should be a command inside of the container. Um, does anybody know so docker exec um, I want to run docker exec composer init inside of this container. Do I use the container ID? It. And then what's the, do I have the right name? I guess I can just use the ID. uh, trying PHP. Project. Am I in the wrong folder? You're probably right. You know what we do want is we just want a bash shell. Do we have bash? Yeah, this is what we want. And we are in the right folder. So now in here I can do composer init, but now we're inside the container. This is it, everybody. This is just gonna work. Search for Mongo. Here we go. We want number 2, MongoDB/MongoDB. Just give it to me. Dang it, it didn't work. Why though? What else do I need in here? Factory. I told you. Yeah, a lot of you told me, and that's okay. And this is why we use JavaScript. I don't know. Somebody has a pre-configured container out there that has all this stuff. From PHP Apache, a copy from Composer. Run. Servoy has some stuff. Can't I just use Homebrew? Well, I want it to work inside the container. What has Servoy given us? Oh, so we were missing some things. We're missing this. I mean, we could make this a part of the container, but if I run this command now, ext hash does not exist. Ext JSON does not exist. Ext MongoDB does not exist. Yeah, I think we'll quit. I think I'm not trying to make PHP look bad. I think it's also just like, here's the thing. The PHP MongoDB library tells me that all I need to do is composer require it. And then I need to have the MongoDB extension installed. And I did those things and it's still not working. So right now in our Docker container, we do have this, install MongoDB. add this to the PHP ini file, which is what that line is doing. Yeah, that's what yeah, so this gets added to the it replaces it in there. But I mean, here's a check. We can run this php ini command and we should see right? Right? Loaded configuration file, none. That's there's your problem. there's no uh there's no configuration file. Do we need a php.ini file in here? Yeah, this command is failing because there is no loaded configuration file. How can I change that? I guess I'm gonna debug this some more. I don't know, I guess I want to get it working. I want to talk to MongoDB from my PHP app. Install PHP library. What am I missing? Yeah, so we have that. I think can I just have a PHP ini file in my project? Is that allowed to do like this? I basically just need to yeah, so what do I need here? I guess ultimately can I probably with the Docker compose file I can change the volume where or change where PHP ini is loaded from. I think it's kind of what I need. Use the default production configuration. That's what I'm missing. That's it. Oh, I put it in the wrong orders. It needs to reinstall it now. But I think this is what I was missing is like I just didn't have a PHP ini. And then now if this command works, then adding the extension should work. We're making progress, I guess. Ultimately, there's probably a more well configured Docker file and compose file out there that I could use. I mean, the one that was linked to me just seemed like too much. Do we really need that much just to get PHP working? Maybe we do. Maybe we do. Yeah, I think I'm on that doc right now, Killer. What's for dinner? I don't have any plans. I have some leftover spaghetti I'll probably eat. I made spaghetti yesterday. Mine is just not. It's not though. This is 13 lines of configuration. Oh, we got a new container ID. What did we want to do? PHP --ini. That's what we wanted. And now if we look at this, it should have the Mongo extension in it. You see that? Less is more. Less is more. I'm not making this look easy. Here's the thing. Now that I've figured it out, I could literally do like a 2-minute YouTube video saying, hey, this is how you set up a Docker file. Like, I got to figure it out first before I can do it. But it should be in there. It should be in there. Yeah. So I mean, if we cat it and then we grep for Mongo, there it is. It's in there now. It's in there. Here we go. Package name, coding garden, trying PHP. It's in there. Okay. Right there. Project. MIT license. Let's go. Let's search for MongoDB. Let's install number 4. That's weird. that they're in a different order, but I want number 4. MongoDB. It worked. It worked. No, it worked. I don't want a package now. Would you like to define your dev dependencies interactively? No. Add PSR4 autoload mapping to the entered relative path. No? Yes, let's go. Yes, let's go. The 7-zip extension and unzip 7z commands are both missing. Skipping, your command line PHP is using multiple ini files. Run php --ini to show them. Ha! Ha! But we need one more command. Apt update, apt install unzip. I think we're ready. I think we're ready, everybody. we made it. Now, first try. Yeah, we'll look at the docs, because it tells us we need to do this require thingy. Require once vendor autoload. So now we're ready. We got all configured. We should have the dependency installed. And if we look in the directory, this vendor stuff has, it's MongoDB, beautiful. Now in here, I will do this, and it should load our dependencies. And now let's connect to MongoDB. We're going to create a client. And wait, why is there a slash? Oh, MongoDB /client? That's weird. And I guess at this point, I probably just want a Mongo container in my Docker Compose, because otherwise it's not going to be able to connect to localhost. Is there a way to do like network? The network should be my local computer, so that way when it accesses localhost, it talks to my computer. Anybody know what that's called? Network host, like this? Is that all I need? Will it just pick that up? Additional property network is not allowed. Host networking. But how? What's the command? What's the network checks Docker video? Yeah, he's got a lot of good Docker stuff. Show me an example of the configuration, right? Who writes Docker Compose without a dash? It's a new thing. You may not know this, but now Docker, the latest version, has Compose as a nested command. So you don't have to install Docker Compose separately. Move the index file to a public folder that Nginx will load so you can't expose any source files. Um, that's outside services. Network host. um, host. Use the host network. This is all I want. Um, in the connect statement, use host.docker.internal. But it works. Why can't I find? I just need to find the config. Docker compose host network. Network mode. Literally nobody said network mode. Literally nobody. I don't know why I'm mad at you all. I guess you didn't even know what I was asking for. But what that means is now if I say localhost, this should connect to MongoDB that's running on my machine. Because I do have Bruce services list. I do have Mongo running. Yeah, Mongo is running on my machine. So now this is in the container, but it's network mode host. So so this should be able to connect to Mongo. Great. Now what? We've got a client. CRUD operations. The collection. Wouldn't this be a client? What is test? Doesn't want PHP. Has Mongo running all the time. I mean, it's true. um. Oh, it's the DB name? Cool. Okay. Trying Mongo, and then we'll have our items collection. So we have our collection, and then we're going to insert into our items. The name of the item is banana, and I guess that's it. We're just going to have a banana, and we're also going to have a MacBook. And we'll print both of these out. Quantity? All right. Now, if I've done everything correctly, when I visit this web page in my browser, it's going to put two things into my database. Or not. What, are we on the same port? What port are we on? I'm sorry, Stony. Why is that not working? Oh, there it is. Where is it? Firefox cannot establish a connection. Is it because I changed the network mode? Oh yeah, well, if I do that, now it's trying to okay. Yeah, I want bridge. Bridge is what I want. I don't want network mode host. I think you're right, Phantom Bomber. Can I just do that? Or not. Network app network must be a mapping or null. Like that? Can I just do network mode bridge instead of host? Our app loaded. Fatal error, uncaught timeout exception. I think it can't connect to the database now. Please just look. All right, I'll take a look. Thank you, Stony. Bridge. And then you've got oh well. I'm if I do this, then I actually just I need another container that is MongoDB because I want it. What I'm trying to do right now is connect to MongoDB on my computer, but apparently, oh, it's a keyboard. um, apparently, I just need a Mongo container. All right, here we go. We're gonna add a Mongo container. How? I don't know. Pretty sure Entropy chat had a MongoDB in the container, didn't it? Beautiful. That's what we want. Um, then we don't even need to expose a port at this point. Well, here's another thing though. Do we add a .env loader for PHP? That's a whole other package we would need to add. Um, we don't need to expose it. We don't need to expose the Mongo database. But now this should be able to talk to it, and then now over here we can just use the name. Wait. There we go. No, this is just plain PHP. Yeah. Ports mapping might be discarded when using network host mode. All right, we got ourselves a Mongo server. No, I just want to insert some data with Mongo, and then I want to retrieve it and render it on the page. That's really all I want. We also could like set up a post request to get this data, but I think let's see if it works now because it's running. And now over here, if I refresh the page, oh well, it doesn't have. Yeah, so I'm not authenticated, because I need to pass in the username and password. I'm gonna hard code it. If it works, what was the trying PHP is the user? No, there was an airplane flying by. Secret tiring. This is tiring. Yeah, okay, so this is the point where our connection URL needs to specify the auth source. Um, these. All right. Failed to parse MongoDB URI. Invalid host string. You kidding me? Does there need to be a slash on the end of this? Bulk write failed due to previous. Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure we just put some data in our database. Now, we're going to read from our database and show it on the page. Find one document. Find many documents. Collection.find. This is it. So find all the documents in the collection. The collection is items. And then we are going to echo their name. Didn't work. Or did it? What's going on here though? Like I don't even see the H. So like it's potentially failing here. Did I change the test DB name? No, so DB is just the host name. Oh, we're not getting error output. I see. I would expect to at least see hello world because that's but where the code isn't making it there. We're not even seeing an error. Authentication mechanism requires libmongc with enable SSL. Why are we writing PHP? I don't know. I just thought it would be fun to figure out real quick. It probably would have been easier to like talk to a MySQL database or a Mongo database. 1990 stream. I have a typo in my database name, collection var. Here? I think this can be whatever we want. Like Mongo will create the DB if it doesn't exist. But this is the error we were not seeing. Seeing this, I can't help but cry for my JS devs on my team. I think like the main issue here though is environment setup, right? Like if I have a consistent Docker container setup, then I don't have to worry about all this stuff, right? Do I just put that in my php.ini? Stony? In my index. Runtime code. Cool. That's what I want to see. All right. The authentication mechanism requires a libmongoc built with enable SSL. But why? Docker image, enabling SSL on libmongoc. Um, I think that's kind of what I need. Because we're already doing install MongoDB. Um, um, we need all of this apparently. Wait, why do I need Redis? Yeah, I don't have libSSL. All right, let's do our best to parse this and only extract out the stuff that we actually need. Um, Redis, GNU PG, OpenRC, OpenSSL, libbsd. Do I need all of these things? Why are they installing Redis? Yeah, we're on a PHP Apache image, which I think is on Alpine. Um, wait, is APK a valid command in Alpine? No, we need to do apt install. Uh, that. Wait, it's already adding. Why did they add those twice? Do I just need OpenSSL, or do I have to rebuild Mongo dependency? Um, yep, it's already the newest version. OpenSSL dev. Devel. Maybe. Yeah, let me show you the error. Authentication mechanism requires libmongoc. That one was a bit too complicated. Let's see if somebody has an easier solution. On Ubuntu, install some extra packages, then reinstall MongoDB. Okay. Um, let's just see if this works, and then we'll rebuild the container. Um, so now when we install it, we have the OpenSSL stuff. Oh, Oscar, that would have probably helped. I think we got it though. Hopefully, if this Stack Overflow answer is right. Um, just install examp. You know, you're probably right, but the thing is, we still need MongoDB. All of these issues have to do with MongoDB, whereas I guess examp, we could have just used MySQL. I don't know why I wanted to use MongoDB so bad. You know, your Docker file doesn't look so bad now. Um, Why do I want to use PHP? I don't know. I don't know. When I feel sleepy in the morning, do I drop a table on a random production project? No. Can I guess 9 out of 10 cases prefer NoSQL over SQL? No, no, I definitely prefer SQL over like MongoDB, but it depends on the project. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. So now that we did that, check this out. Check this out. Or not. um, libmongc SSL enabled. Restart Apache. How do I go about doing that? Um, oh, I'm just gonna I'm gonna rebuild the container. I'm gonna rebuild the container. Um, and then we get those dependencies, and then when we install it, it should have it. But while we're at it, while we're installing all those other things, we might as well install that all in one. Easy. Easy. Try it without auth? Oh, I guess we could have, but this is it. This is the winner. um our container is now ready to go. Honestly, I mean, I'm gonna push this code up to GitHub. So if you want a PHP Apache container that has a working MongoDB and Composer, hopefully this works and you can use it. Yeah, I think that makes sense, Raven. And so like basically whenever we do this, it'll check to see if we have this, but now that we do, it builds it with SSL. It's gonna work. This is it. This is the winner. Just you wait. This code is a war crime? Come on. Come on. Ultimately, like really all I wanted to show was like the mix of backend code with immediately just like front end code. Kind of fascinating. Um, like uh like this will be well, it's not front end code. This will be rendered from it. Okay, here it is. Wait, it says SSL is off though. Do I need to recreate MongoDB? Let's see. Unexpected end of file. No, I created a syntax error is what I did. Yes! Yes! Look at that. Okay, look at check it out. We're here. We're here, everybody. We've done it. So now we are going to insert some data into the database. Then we're going to list it on the page. Watch, we're going to have a banana and a MacBook on the page. That's it. So now if I comment out this this insert code, now let's give ourselves some p tags with the names of the things. How do I? What's the way to do? Do I have to like end my PHP? Oh, I know. Yeah, so I have to. If I want to do some non-PHP stuff, I have to end the tag, right? So like right here, if I want to say like h2 these are my things. And then PHP will print them out. And then like above that, we can do like hello world. Watch. See? See? We did it! we did it! The final sleep said, this is my nightmare. Look at me! Look at me! Hire me for your next Docker file compose project. This is how we do it. Yeah. But you know what's fun though is like if you're not familiar with Docker, you also learned a little bit when I was figuring all this stuff out. You managed to produce what I did in high school 20 years ago. We did. Here's what we could do though. Now, what if we had a form where we made a post request and then the post request put stuff into the database? Let's do that, right? Right? Also, we could style this up. Let's add Pico CSS. Easy. We're just gonna add it from a CDN. Also, at this point, what about our questions? I'm on a roll here. I need to no. I see your message, final sleep. Here's what we're gonna do. I want this. I want the HTML template. My items like this. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to put all of this in our index.php. So it goes here, and then all of this goes down here. So now we got ourselves like a valid HTML document, and it loads some CSS. So now, and then we could even put like this in a main, and another main down here, and then like give this a class of container. Right? Right? And then now we give people a form where they can create a new thing. We have an input and we have a label. I probably need to install like a PHP VS Code extension, but this will be called name, and we put the name in, and then we have a submit button, or no, a button. I'm not getting any sort of autocomplete. I'm on hard mode, and we'll say add. But then check this out. We can have an action, and we can tell this that this should go to like create, and then I can create like a create.php. So, and then can I do like a method post? Does that work? And then we can now have a create.php that actually receives the post request. Yeah, I'm at this point I need to install the PHP extension. PHP IntelliFence? That's the one. 7.9 million downloads. A lot of people out there writing PHP. Is this right? I got a form. So I want to add a ukulele. So it posts to this file. So now inside of this file, we need to get access to that data and put it into our database. So yeah, what do we do? What do you do with this? So we've got some PHP. How do I get access to the posted data? $. Post. Oh, and then I can, so yeah, so over here I can say like this name, this input name is name. And then now over here, name is going to be the actual name. So I'm just going to echo the thing that you typed in. Is that right? Where can I learn more about this? Where can I look at the docs on $post? Um, I can var dump it. Try sending it again. Okay. Um, it's working. It's working. Okay, so now we can insert into our database. Um, so here we literally just, I guess we're gonna technically, like, I could move all of this into like a shared thing to get access to all of my stuff, but technically I need to connect to the database, grab the collection, insert one, but now when we insert it, we'll put the name as what you made in the post request, like this. And then we'll just redirect back to the homepage. So PHP redirect. How do I make a redirect in PHP? Die. um, can I just do location slash? Let's try it. Let's just see if this will just work. Um, watch me. Um, ukulele. I'm a PHP developer. You can't stop me. Wow. So cool. Nice. Yeah. I guess we can get rid of all this here. Yeah, I think technically, I don't know. Are we vulnerable to command injection? Because right now here we are just passing the name property from the post request. Like technically, we could try injecting a command here. Um, yeah. So I mean, obviously, you want some validation for sure. So like, if uh, you learned PHP from this person, we'll check them out. Um, nice, Danny Crossing, cool. A C-surf attack will indeed show you. Yeah, we could demonstrate. Well, I think I don't even have auth on at this point, but yeah. Submit JavaScript to the form. We can. Yeah. No, we could do it with JavaScript. So, with Java. Oh, what happened? Did I close my chat? I closed my chat. Give me a second. JavaScript. Yeah, I got way too excited. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, it's just because we wrote it with PHP doesn't mean we can't call it with JavaScript. Because now, instead of this being a form that has an action, I could literally have some script right here. That does the thing. So now we can grab our form. And then on submit, we can prevent the default action. So e.prevent default like this. And then we can grab the data, which is going to be a new form data with form. And then we can do a post request. So we can do fetch against create.php. And method, it doesn't even have to be a post at this point, but I'll make it a post. And the data is going to be form data. Does that work? Do I have to specify the the type here? What? Um, body data. Good call. Body data. Do I need a header that says like form URL encoded? But really, if this was successful, just refresh the page. Like that. Let's try it. First try. No way. Yeah. It's happening. Also, like if we look at the network request, we can see that it's actually a fetch. Come on. So this is a fetch request to post. Oh, good call. Yeah. So we are absolutely vulnerable to cross-site scripting at this point. Because if I if I do this, more so, let's do this. Let's do because we are just echoing the items, aren't we? Yeah. This is Ajax, but this is fetch sending form data to the backend. But this is the way. This is how we get them. I mean, it didn't quite pwn us. Oh, because I didn't specify a source. Good afternoon. Tax. So now we're vulnerable to cross-site scripting because I'm literally just including including the HTML directly. The way that you fix this is now, instead of just echoing this, we need to actually escape this. Does PHP have a built-in way of escaping some HTML? Not escaping from HTML, but escape HTML tags? Is it literally just called escape? HTML special chars? PHP. Convert some predefined characters to HTML entities. Yeah, that's what we want. So now, if we do this, it'll actually render out the text instead of trying to execute it. Check this out. Yeah, so now we've stopped ourselves from being from having a cross-site scripting vulnerability. Now we just render it out instead of actually embedding it. And if you look at the source of the page, you can see that it escapes all of the special characters, like the tag characters. Only sort of pwn. Now we are vulnerable. Now we're actually vulnerable to command injection because we're taking this directly and just putting it into our database. We need to sanitize this. Is there a? I guess could this technically be like an object, or is it always going to be a string? Yeah, I mean, you could do it either place, right? Yeah, so I mean, honestly, we could do this before putting it into the database. You're totally right. And then now our database has it that way. It's always a string. So yeah, I actually don't think we're vulnerable to command injection here then. You're mainly vulnerable to command injection in like a query. So like when we do a find, if I was passing in arguments there. Oh, it could be an array? Can I toString it or stringify it? PHP is the main sponsor of vulnerabilities. Ultimately, you wouldn't even write code this way. You would just use Laravel. FTP hosting? But all of that so I could show you what we used to do, and people still do with PHP, right? Because we've got some HTML codes, then we've got some stuff that's like only going to run on the server. Like this is going to be rendered out, that's going to be rendered, or like that's going to do the backend stuff. Even like this code here, this is still client-side code, but we're basically sending it to the client as source code, and then this code executes on the client. So like this isn't backend JavaScript. This is literally just getting added to the page. So Yeah, if you compare this to like Astro or like server components in React, somewhat comparable. Like they clean some things up, but basically like you can have database queries right at the top of your component, and then you just have a bunch of JSX below that. So, yeah. Spell the thing, yeah, Laravel, like that. Laravel. A delete button? That's too complicated. I think we're done with PHP at this point. We spent like an hour debugging our Docker container. This is what you should use. I mean, I do believe there are some other PHP frameworks out there, but a lot of people reach for Laravel. All right, we're done. We're done, and I will push this code up so you can look at what we've done here. Try a single quote as input to the post request. Let's see. It escapes it, which is nice. Well, because we're escaping it before putting it into the DB. I guess escaping it before putting it into the DB would potentially also change what gets rendered here. Trongate, is that a PHP thing? I should not be showing my screen right now. Yeah, it is. Okay. Welcome to the revolution. Cool. Yeah. Apparently it's much faster than like Laravel, but also these are some other PHP frameworks you could check out. Symfony, CodeIgniter, Yi, Lumen. Yeah. But what happened with tildes? I don't think those get escaped. They're not oh, you're right, I am double encoding it. So actually I don't need, well, I do need to do this because if I don't do this, then we bring back the cross-site scripting vulnerability. Like this. But so you know, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, this. Yeah, they still work. They still work. All right, let's stop talking about that. I'll push this code up though if you want to take a look at it. Oh, you know what? I did not want to do that. I did not. Because I actually don't want to commit my my compose stuff. Oh no, I haven't committed it yet, but I need to git ignore. Oh, thank you, Levinthan. I need to git ignore first of all our Docker data, and then I need to git ignore /. Do I ignore any PHP people? Do I ignore the entire vendor folder? I think so, right? Because that has composer, all that stuff. And I guess auto load will get generated whenever we do a composer install. Yep. Okay. So now, how do I uncommit or unstage? How do I unstage these files? Git experts. Git rm -- cached. Didn't work. Remove the whole Git folder. Nice. Nice. That's what we wanted. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, who did Jack in the Bush? Yeah, thank you, Jack in the Bush. Thank you for that command. Here's the code if you want to look at it. All right, let's keep answering questions. I think I'll try to answer all the ones that are quick to answer. Maybe we'll do like one more code example and then I'll get the heck out of here. Terawatt has a question. Code generators or copy and paste from another repo? So there used to be this thing. I think it still technically exists. Is Yeoman, a web scaffolding tool? I don't know if anybody. You can tell me in the chat. Are there modern tools for kind of like doing project scaffolding? But back in the day when I was building Angular JS apps, I would start here because they would have a scaffold that would give you like a base Angular project with an Express backend, and it could like ask you questions and customize the generated thing. But I do think Yeoman has fallen out of favor. They still use that for scaffolding? Huh. I don't know if there's like a modern equivalent, but honestly, like these are cool. These are like they're I don't know if there's other tools for code generation. dgit technically just clones a repo, and I'm okay. Like, yeah, if you look at what I've done with like the Express API starter, basically if I'm starting an Express app with TypeScript, I just I clone from this repo. So I use dgit. I have a command that wraps dgit, but this will be my starting point for an Express app with TypeScript if I'm doing that, or an Express app with JavaScript. This is like my base starter, and that just uses dgit because it copies the project. I think I do a mix of both. Used a SQL generator. Never again. Yeah, and I guess that's the tricky part is like if the generator that you're using is like does way too much, now you have a bunch of extra code that you might not even be using. So it varies. Typically, like Docker compose files and ESLint files, I will just like copy those from previous projects. I need to get in a better habit of reusing some of that stuff and I don't know, making a tool that makes it easier to reuse. These days I just mostly just copy. Like you saw me do it earlier, like copy and pasted from a Docker compose file a couple of times. So I don't know. I feel like I thought about this recently because I kind of want to create a CLI tool for client-side React apps. I mean, probably would be like a Vite CLI tool that asks you questions like, do you want ESLint? Do you want Prettier? And then also pulls in some common libraries like React Hook Form, Tailwind, stuff like that. I don't know if anything like that exists. Basically like a CLI that will pre-configure your app. Like if you choose, oh, well, I want to use a React router and I want to use this other thing, and then it just like generates the app. I kind of want to make that because I haven't found one. I think NX does something like this, but I do believe theirs are just based off of templates. So they have like a one template for a React app that's like a base React app, and then like it basically various templates that you can copy from, but there's a way of doing it where it's not just all templates, it's pieces of the app that get merged together based on the answers you specify in the CLI. So yeah, basically it's like Yeoman, but I don't know if there's anything better than this these days. Because if you look at the generators, like a lot of them aren't super up to date. Yeah, I mean any sort of CLI tool, like even create React app, or even these days create next app, ask you questions, do you want to use ESLint and stuff like that? And T3 is doing a similar thing because you can choose whether or not you want certain things, and it'll generate the app accordingly. Yeah. But yeah, JHipster is based on Yeoman. I don't know. Most of the time, I don't know of a project generator to reach for, so I just use the base one. And then for configs and stuff, a lot of times I just copy paste it. But yeah. Refine? Not familiar with that. All right, Razorson, what is the fastest, easiest way of deploying a Vue app that requests some APIs without revealing the API keys? If you are writing client-side code, all of that code is exposed. There is no way to hide that. If you want to hide the API keys, you need a proxy server. You need a backend server that makes the requests, and you make your request to the backend server that's hiding those keys. Now, depending on the type of service you call, sometimes the keys you're able to expose because they're just client-side keys. But if it's secret stuff, then you probably want to build some kind of proxy. It's pretty easy these days with like Versal. You can create a little serverless function that hides an API key. I think I have an existing example of that in my AMA folder. Let's see. Yeah, I do. So, if you take a look in this folder, Intro to Serverless with Vercel, I have a client folder, and right now it's just like a basic HTML file, but this could be, for example, like a Vue app or something like that. And then I have a server folder that has our basically our API proxy. So this shows you this is will be a backend serverless function that makes a request to some API. Right now, it's pretty. It doesn't actually hide any API keys, but it just shows an example. It makes a request to this endpoint, which shows you all the people that are in the Twitch chat right now. But you could replace this with your own URL. You could add .env to pull in environment variables, and then now this is backend code. So whenever we call this, we could look at the front end code for how it gets called. It's just the name of the backend API. Yeah, so we deployed it here, and so your front end is making a request here, but the back end is the one that's doing the actual work, and that's where you can hide the API keys. So this is basically what you want to do. That said, there are some, like I said, there are some keys that you can expose in the front end, so depends on what you want to do. Yeah. I will link you to the episode where I talk about that. I don't remember when it was. This is why we need to be able to search my videos by transcript. Serverless? Intro to Serverless with Vercel. Look at me with all that green hair. I'm not super familiar with how. Yeah, this is the episode where I built that thing. So, you'll again it's a proxy. Yeah, exactly. It's just a server proxy. But I mentioned using Vercel because it's so easy to deploy there. Like you don't even need your own server. You just deploy to Vercel. You got yourself a nice little proxy function. That's the video where I explain it and build that thing from scratch. You'll have to find the starting point because I don't know where it is. I use Enhancer for YouTube, which adds a theme to it. Yeah, tout simple. So I would just look and see how does SvelteKit handle environment variables, because I'm pretty sure if you want to expose an environment variable to the front end, you have to name it something specific. I haven't done that much in SvelteKit yet to figure it out, but I do believe they make it very explicit if you want an environment variable to be exposed. Is it called secrets? Placing lib server secrets. Anytime you have public-facing code that imports server-only code, SvelteKit will error. Yeah, so basically what this is telling you is SvelteKit will literally throw an error that says, hey, you're trying to import a secret into some front-end code. So ultimately, if you do that, it will tell you. So, yeah. If I dyed my hair blue, I would be invisible. Yeah. Cool. Cool. All right, let's keep answering questions. Hopefully that helped, Ragerson. Can I do a demo TypeScript setup using type module, target ESNext, and module resolution node? Next. How to restart automatically the dev server. I'm not going to make this from scratch, but I mean, I will point you to my intro to TypeScript repo, because I do believe I just use TS node. If you look on the examples branch, then I have an Express API written with TypeScript. There's options in here, but then if you look at the package.json, I'm just running TS node for the dev script. Or I guess technically I'm running nodemon. So nodemon will detect if you have TS node installed, and you can just point nodemon at a TS file. So yeah, I don't think you need TS node dev. You just need TS node and nodemon. And then if you do nodemon and point it to a TypeScript file, it's going to automatically use TS node. So that should be all you need. Nothing special there. Let's see. All right, anyone else that's asked a question, exclamation mark here, it'll bubble up. Any plans on creating a blog site? This is Mattia, right, from Joy of Code. This is awesome. He has a really nice blog. I've thought about it, honestly, like every YouTube video I publish, I should probably have a blog post that goes along with it, because it just drives more traffic. And there are certain people that won't watch YouTube videos but will read a blog. I need to. I just haven't spent the time to do it. Yeah. All right. Advice on how to motivate work on side projects. Yeah, I agree with SynDev. Is if the side project isn't something you actually care about, it's going to be hard to actually get the motivation to work on it. So make sure it's something you're actually interested in. That's about it. Also, take care of yourself. Like make sure you're getting a lot of sleep, you're eating well, you're exercising, because just feeling better overall, like as a person, helps with your motivation in like every other area. What if it's a project for university? Like for a class specifically, or yeah, what do you mean by that? Yeah, I agree with that. American 2050. It kind of I need to do this. And I think it's something that, like, right now it's going to be a lot of upfront work, but eventually I'll have such a repertoire of answered questions. It'll be like a really good resource. It's your final project. I guess at that point it's not even a side project. You have to do it. Yeah. So it all really comes down to, like, it's not just motivation for side projects in programming. It's like motivation in general. And at least I've found, and especially in recent times, I am more motivated when I feel better overall. So, like, I'm getting sleep, I'm eating well, I'm exercising. Right now I am not exercising. I'm trying to eat well though. Right now I'm limiting my calorie intake, and I want to start exercising some more. But I have found that absolutely helps with motivation, wherever it is, regardless if it's programming or whatever else. So, a side project from work. I still don't think I understand but that's my advice: is feel better as a human and as a person, and then you'll have more motivation for everything else. That's my main advice. Exercision, yeah. The thing is, I used to skateboard, and that's how I stayed fit, I guess. But I haven't done it in a long time. Yeah, and I think same thing here in Denver, Colorado. It's like it's getting warmer though, but we're still in winter, so it's gonna get cold again. And being so cold, it's harder to, like, get outside and exercise. I don't know. What's the easiest way to host a database for Prisma? Probably Supabase. Now, you may look at Supabase and you see all the features and everything else, but you actually don't need to use any of the features. Supabase can just be a hosted half a gigabyte Postgres database for you to use. Like once you sign up, they give you a connection URL, and you can point Prisma to that connection URL. So, oh, they have new docs. Let's see. How do we do the Chat GPT search? Oh, there's a Clippy. Look at him. How do I connect from Prisma? Yeah, get the connection from your Supabase project settings. Update the database URL in your .env, and you're good to go. Wow, thanks, Clippy. Thanks, Clippy. But yeah, that's one advice. So Supabase gives you a free database. You can check out Fly.io and Railway. Both of these, I think, have a fairly generous free tier. Can people mention other places to get a deployed database? Honestly, Supabase makes a lot of sense because they have a really generous free tier. Yeah, so Railway 2, Render, yeah, that's the one I was forgetting. And then MongoDB, yeah. So I mean, if you're going to be using MongoDB, Atlas is definitely the way to go. But if you're right now you're using SQLite, then you need some kind of SQL equivalent. So yeah. See you later, Stony. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for didn't you gift earlier? Yeah, you did. Thank you for all the kindness. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. All right. Have I solved this ESLint error? No, I haven't. Tomas was asking this. I haven't solved it yet. I had some ideas for it, but I haven't solved it yet. All right. Yeah, I think we just answered this. How to update your how up to date is your .NET API? Intro, I can't tell you, but what I can tell you is don't follow my tutorial, just look at the docs that I link. So if you yeah, intro to .NET Core Web API. In the README, these are all of the docs that I was following. So as long as you're following these docs and these docs are up to date, you should be good. I think, yeah, this was updated in December. I think the main difference is now it's .NET version 7. I think I was using .NET 5, .NET Core 5. The naming is weird, but I was like 2 versions ago, 2 years ago. So I would say use the documentation as the source of truth. The stuff I'm doing in the code might be like slightly outdated, but if you follow the README, you should be good. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess that's the other thing is like they've changed the way you can build APIs. I think if you're using like Entity Framework and Swagger and all of the stuff that I was setting up, you probably don't want minimal APIs. Yeah. Well, I think it's just called .NET. It's not called .NET Core, right? I think, right? What's my experience with imposter syndrome? I've experienced it. Like, I think like especially like at my first job, I only have a bachelor's degree in computer science, but at my first job, I was working with people that had like their PhDs in chemical engineering and electrical engineering and stuff like that. And so that was pretty daunting to be surrounded by like really smart people. But I was an expert in software development and good at that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's even a good advice or good answer to this, but ultimately the answer is everyone's trying their best. Like, and as long as you're trying your best, what more can you ask for? Like, you might always question like, am I even meant to be here or what am I doing here? But if you're always trying your best, you're always trying to like to further yourself, to get smarter, to have like, as long as you're trying, that's all you can ask for. That's all you can really ask for. That's my answer. Okay. Am I doing this full time? Oh, well, full-time workout is too early to tell. I'd say it's too early. Because let's talk about how much money I'm making. Let me show you all the money I'm making right now. Yeah, they dropped the core. It's just called .NET now. What's up, Rugmat? Welcome in. um, can the calculator handle these numbers? Oh, it can. It absolutely can. Um, and then we also have Patreon. Um, and then I think I can log into Teespring too, because that's my merch. I make pennies on Redbubble, which is where I sell stickers, like $2 a month. Um, yeah, okay, so I guess we'll also open up a spreadsheet. Um, Honestly, I've thought about this. I want to create an overlay that actually shows you how much money I'm making. Um, uh, oh well, I mean, I think it's privacy I earned from a few months ago. All right. Here we go. So I currently have 385 Twitch subscribers, which is pretty good. I think since I started to go full time, I was like hovering around 300, but lately a lot of people have been starting to support me, so that's really cool. This is really far away from like the max number of subscribers I had at one point, like 2 years ago. Um, this was like at the beginning of the pandemic though, so there were a lot more people watching Twitch, and thank you, almost. This was not bait. This was not bait to give me money. But I appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Amasil. That just took us to 390. 390. Um, but I get half of every sub. So if we actually look at my earnings, I am making in the past 30 days, I've made $733 from Twitch. So let's put that in the spreadsheet. Twitch, 733 and 80 cents. Now this number also includes any bits, so bits, ad revenue, and subs. So I'm a millionaire basically. So that's that. Next up is how much I'm making on YouTube. Now, this number is a little bit out of date because I had all advertisements disabled on my YouTube channel for years. And then only recently I went back and enabled ads on my channel. But you can see in the past 28 days, I've gotten 107,000 views, and I've made $235. So 235 divided by 107, I'm making $2 for every 1,000 views that I get, which is pretty low. Pretty low. But uh, yeah, it is. But that's where we're at. And the number will probably go up. I think if I have a full month with ads turned on, because I turned on ads like I think even less than 28 days ago. So this is probably like 2 or 3 weeks of ads. It'll probably be closer to like $400 or $500 based on my current number of views. But I think that's the main issue on my YouTube channel is YouTube is not recommending my videos to anyone anymore. Like most of my videos, I have 90% of the viewers are already subscribed. Um, um, so it's like my channel has stopped growing essentially. So my videos aren't getting as many views. I mean, you can see just of the videos here, like they typically like recently published videos hover around like close to 2,000 views. Um, yeah, and so I need to start doing shorts. I did some a few weeks back with the Daily Programmers, and I posted those to TikTok and to Instagram. I think they helped. They help drive traffic. I just need to find the right mix of like what I actually do. And I will say there are some videos that have done really well. So like when I did the TypeScript tutorial and the setting up Vite and also building the API, all of these have just been getting more and more views since I published them. But even this is like not like if you consider my CPM of $2 per thousand, like this video, I haven't had ads enabled the whole time, but if I had ads enabled the whole time, this video on building a CRUD API would have made me $44. This video on intro to TypeScript would have made me $20. Setting up Vite would have made like, I guess, $60. So you don't on YouTube, you don't really get paid that much per view. It depends though, because like sometimes you can have a CPM of like $10, and then that's pretty decent. But as you can see here, my CPM is pretty low. Oh, I guess I also I guess this includes YouTube members. So this is also YouTube memberships and advertisements. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Terawatt. So $235 on YouTube. Recently, I was able to enable advertisements on the archive channel. And so the archive channel has made $17, but this monetization was also only enabled like 2 weeks ago or so. But we can see $17 divided by 11,000 views, almost 12,000 views. The CPM is even lower here, so that's $1.50 per thousand views. I don't know, but we can add it here. $17. And then I have a Patreon. I still have 19 Patreons, which is fantastic. And I am making $100 a month on Patreon. And then I have a Teespring, and I have sold one thing, one T-shirt in the past month, and I made 70 cents. So there's that. So in total, my monthly income right now is $1,087. Do I make money anywhere else? I think that's it, right? That's it. So what I need to do is I need to launch a course, and I haven't, and I've been procrastinating. The thing is, I don't sell anything on Patreon. It's just another way to support me. You can basically you support me here. You support me on Twitch or YouTube. All of it is just a way to support me, but every single way of supporting me gets access to the subscribers only channels. Oh, that's another good point. Yeah, let's see how much money in donations I've gotten, because that is I think somebody donated like $100 the other day. So let me get that. I don't even know where to find this. You sponsor me on GitHub? You're right, GitHub sponsor. But actually, I don't have. I thought I didn't have any sponsors on GitHub. Yeah, I don't have any sponsors over here. But this is one other way to support me. But I don't have any sponsors there yet. What am I missing? I appreciate that, mobile app. What can we as a community do to support me even more? Honestly, just share my stuff. Like let everybody know about Coding Garden. Watch my YouTube videos. Like I know a lot of them, more recent videos aren't interesting to everyone, but like if you just watch the videos, I get like a little bit of ad revenue, so that helps too. I don't have monetization on TikTok, so yeah. If you live somewhere cheap and rented, that's almost enough to survive. Yeah, but I don't. I live in Denver, Colorado. Um, when you become a billionaire, will you divide me? No, no, it's all mine. It's all. I don't have super followers. I think I don't know if you can enable that. No, this should be the total, but I still have to pay taxes on this. But because I left my job, I'm probably gonna not have to pay any taxes. Like basically, my income is so low that I don't have to pay any taxes. Um, yeah, it is per month, but that's the other thing is I'm living off of savings right now. Um, so from all the stuff that I'm doing, this is my only stuff. But what if I launched a course? And what if I sold it for $10 a piece and I sold 200 of them? Equals? That's decent. That's better. I will say my salary as a software engineer before taxes is was a little over $10,000 a month. So we can look at the difference here. This minus this. So needed for same lifestyle. I'm if I launch a course, right? Yeah, I think that's, and then that's the other thing is you could play around with this. You could say like course price, and then like number of courses sold. Let's add a little formula here. So this is going to be, well, not that. This is going to be this times this. Right now it's 0, but let's say, here's the thing. I know there's like 300 people or so that support me no matter what. So let's say I sell 300, and let's say I charge $20 a piece. That's pretty close, right? I think obviously I'm not making the same amount as when I was a chief full stack developer, but it's doable because I do live with my wife and she has a pretty good job. Yeah, and I think like I could think about all kinds of other things, right? So like instead of just selling a one-off course, I could have a platform that charges like a monthly fee. But yeah. What if I sold 2,000 courses for $50 each? Now I'm rolling in the dough. now I'm making $100,000 a month, which would be insane. And I mean, and that's if I'm selling 2,000 courses a month. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can talk about my expenses too. So like, we have my my mortgage, and that is about $1,800. I bought my house at a really good time, so I got a really good deal on that, and also I refinanced like a year or two ago. So yeah, why did I leave? Because I wanted to do this full time. Yeah. I like streaming. I wanted to figure out a way to do it. Ultimately, like this is right now. This is 0 though because I've been procrastinating launching the course. Yeah, but okay. So I have $1,800 mortgage. In terms of bills, like electricity and gas. Well, gas especially has gotten really expensive. Like our utility bill has been like $300 a month lately. How much would you get on Udemy if you release short courses every 2 months? I don't know. I don't know how much of a cut they take as well. Like React Part 1, React Part 2. I mean I could think about this, right? Like releasing smaller courses more frequently. But yeah, I don't know the Udemy cut. So yeah. $300, probably like $350 a month in utilities. And then also, like, you have my internet bill. What else do I pay for? I have my phone bill. let's call it $600 for internet, phone, gas, electricity, and water. I guess that seems about right. Um, yeah, and then Panzer needs to eat, so my dog expenses. Um, I think he needs like one bag of food a month. The bag of food is like $60. Um, uh, what else? What else do I have to pay for? Mustache wax? No, I've been using the same mustache wax for like years. Like it's still not gone. I'm still using the same one. Oh yeah, like food. Um, we've been um we've been trying to eat in and like eat out less. Yeah, groceries. I need to calculate groceries. So how much money do I spend on food? Um, I've been eating. Yeah. So I'll group all of the bills and utilities in here. I have been eating microwave meals because of um the low calorie. Really, I just want to get myself used to eating smaller meals, and then I'm gonna stop eating the microwavable meals. But like those are probably like $3 or $4 a meal. I eat two a day. That's like $8 a day. There's no way I'm only spending $8 a day. Let's assume like $30 a day on food. I don't know, and then roughly 30 days in a month. That seems more like it. $1,000 a month on food. Um, yeah. So I mean, this is my uh monthly expenses. Yeah, and then there's all the other thing is like the most American. Here's the thing: is like we do eat out a bit, and like that gets expensive, or we get delivery, and that gets more expensive. Like we should do that less. So yeah, I live in Denver, Colorado. We can look at the Denver cost of living. Salary.com. Um, did it just tell me the average price of stuff? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, so I have a pretty reliable car. My car is like 10 years old, and I have not had to have any work on it in those 10 years. And it still runs perfectly fine. It only has 65,000 miles on it. So, um, that's a thing. I don't have that on a hoodie, but I could add it. Who asked that? Nick Tyndall. Um, I could add it. Honestly, I was gonna try a new merch provider because if you live in Europe, some people have been having issues getting their stuff actually delivered. But I can add a hoodie. Let's check it out, Kashalian. It is an automatic, an automatic vehicle. Um, cool. Um, but the other thing to consider is when I was making this much a month, I was also putting money into savings. Um, and when I had a salary that big, I could put a lot into savings. Um, so um, anywhere from let's be reasonable and say I'm saving $1,000 a month. But the thing is, with a larger salary, you're going to be saving a lot more. Um, so uh, needed to live. We're going to do this number minus this number. Um, so right now, I need $3,000 more to just live. And also, like, you could get rid of savings. Like, let's say I don't save, and let's say I just like live like that. Um, yeah. Oh yeah. Let me see. Yeah. So all of this to say is I have work to do. Basically, this line item here is hopefully where most of my income is going to come from. And then ideally, my YouTube channel gets a bit more views and stuff. Like, I mean, it'd be great if I could make $1,000 a month on YouTube, right? Like, that would be huge. It gets me much closer to where I'm trying to go. And then also, like, maybe like 1,500 a month on Twitch. Bjorn the Dev, thank you for the Prime resub. we're talking about money. I appreciate it. So it's like, if I had twice the subs and twice the views on YouTube, I'd be a lot closer, and I would actually need less money on courses to make my monthly income. Yeah, I can't find the exact donation amount, but I do remember like Murdoch donated like $50 the other day. It's not in my analytics for whatever reason. I'm procrastinating the course. That's right. That's where it is. Want to increase my income? No. Oh, that's because it probably happened last month. Yeah. So, so far, yeah. So we have that $50 tip from, Murdoch, but I can pull up the amount of tips that I got in 2022. Yeah, I mean, so even in 2020, the entire year of 2022, I got $200 in tips. So, that's $15 a month. Yeah. So, I've got work to do, and honestly, I just this is honestly the first time that I've really put this all, and especially like showing this on stream. But yeah, I do sell stickers. I don't make much money from them because I have like minimal minimal profit set. But you can get some stickers here. And T Dreams, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Yeah, I have stickers here. I probably get like 20 cents per sticker sold. I don't really make much money off of the stickers. Yeah, and so like that's the other thing is like I could do like this is what I haven't considered is or haven't written out is like mentoring, right? What if I could mentor like a number of Nick Tyndall, thank you for the Prime resub. Charge me more for merch. A $37 hoodie is too cheap. I think that's the other thing is like I was trying to set the amount of profit to like $5 per shirt, but I think the price has changed, and so now I make like 70 cents per shirt. I do need to increase the prices a little bit. But number of mentees. Let's say I'm mentoring 2 people. Price per session is $100, and then sessions per mentee.
My finger slipped.
Thank you for the $20. I appreciate that. Yeah, no worries, Bolly. I mean, honestly, I could probably get in trouble for showing you this number. I don't think I can get it. I think I can get in trouble for showing you the Twitch number too. But at this point, what does it matter? What does it matter? All right, let's say I do 2 sessions. Okay, so number of mentees, price per session, sessions per mentee, right? So people could sign up for like a 1-hour session with me, and I could charge them $100 an hour, and that's a potential another way that I could make income. Like also like mentoring, code reviews, consulting. Like the thing about it is like I don't want to be a freelancer. Like I do not want to charge people for software, but I'm open to charging people for my advice. Yeah. A virtual Tupperware party. A percent markup. Yeah, I think there might be a way to do that in Teespring. I'll have to look at that. I'll fix that. But think about this. So let's say I can like 10-hour. I guess that'd be 20 hours a month. If I have 10 mentees and I'm giving them 2 hours a month. That's $2,000 right there a month. Yeah. I don't even care at this point. Like, I am potentially going to stop streaming on Twitch. Like, the one stream I did on YouTube got me more views and more subs than anything I've done in like the past month or so. So like, I really don't need Twitch anymore. Like, the community's great. The APIs are way better, but like, I might as well just be streaming on it. Like, I'm losing out by not streaming on YouTube, essentially. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Azriel. Thank you for the bits. All right. That was fun. Basically, we should come back to this like a month from now or something like that. No, I'm not officially moving to YouTube. I'm also just like, I probably shouldn't be saying the things that I'm saying, but I don't know. I don't know. The world isn't fair. Is what I'm saying. The thing about yeah, I agree with that, Alka. Like, a lot of people don't like the YouTube chat, but the thing is, YouTube has insane discoverability and an audience many times larger than Twitch. So every person on YouTube.
I think you could use this more for food than me.
Thank you, Valley.
PLS pet the doggo for me.
I will pet them. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Yeah, I could. So that's something I would consider as well, is just ending my Twitch partnership, and then I can cross stream without violating a contract. But I guess the issue with yeah, well, not the issue. I was talking about YouTube. So there are millions of people on YouTube looking for coding tutorials. They don't know that they would potentially be interested in a live stream of
Doggo
coding.
food.
Thank you, Daddy Ray. Thank you for the donation. You're right. I need to increase I have to like put my hand to be able to read it. Like, but yeah, they don't know they'd be interested in live streams, but like, what I know, because I was streaming on YouTube 2 years ago, is so many people find the live stream that didn't otherwise know they would be interested in it. And so Twitch, like, look at what my potential user base on Twitch is. Like, if we go to the software and game development category, there are only 216,000 people following this category. That's a potential user base of 216,000. YouTube, infinite. Like, there are millions upon millions of people looking for like software and programming content on YouTube that YouTube would potentially suggest my content to. So yeah. No, but I mean, not even the hot tub category. Like, I think that's why a while back I would stream in just chatting every now and then. There are 22.3 million followers in the just chatting category. So a lot of people, like a couple of years ago when I was streaming in that category, found me there that wouldn't otherwise know that there was even coding on Twitch. So yeah. I think ultimately it's like on principle, Terawat, because like there are people that are dual streaming that don't have a custom contract, right? And I don't know. Yeah, and then the subscribers on YouTube is also interesting. So like, because my channel has been around for so long, like if you look at when my channel was created, 2015. So that's 128,000 subscribers since 2015. How many years ago was that? 5? Was that 8 years ago? Let's call it 7 years ago. So that's roughly 18,000 subscribers per year. But there are a lot of people that subscribed to me this many years ago that aren't watching my channel anymore. That's the tricky part. I think like having this big of a number helps, because when people see my channel, it's like that's basically a vouch for me. But my current number of like active subscribers and viewers is probably closer to like 1,500 people, even though I have that many subscribers. Yeah. Yeah, and it's tricky. I think that's the other thing that I haven't talked about as well, right? Is like it has a lot to do with my principles, right? Because if I were creating clickbait content, if I were getting sponsorships, because that's what like most YouTube channels that are making any kind of living, that don't have like millions and millions of subscribers also do paid sponsorships, right? They'll have like a paid placement for, I'm not going to name a company because that's a free advertisement. But the thing is, I don't want to do advertisements, so it's like I have to make money from my audience or from and from my courses if I really want to make money, and that's my choice, right? And I think that's the main issue is most people on YouTube take sponsorships and do clickbait because, you know, yeah. See, I think that's the one thing about the partnership on Twitch is that it gives me transcoding, so people can choose which resolution to watch me at. 2016 was like 2 years ago. Yeah, I feel the same way. So people watching on Twitch get to choose between like 360p and 1080p, and there are a lot of people that watch me in countries with slower internet, so they need the transcoding if they want to watch on Twitch. So yeah, I'll answer some questions now. How many fish? Hey, that's pretty. It's pretty dark, Kate Spicer. But I mean, since the creation of my YouTube channel, we're in a pandemic. We have been through a pandemic, and many people have died, and many more people have died than would have on regular in the past 3 years. So I don't know, 1%, 1% of subs are dead. That's so mean. That's really dark. Yeah. So, and I guess the tricky part is there's not good live stream discoverability on YouTube. Like if you're searching for a live stream, hard to find. But if you're just perusing YouTube and you're already watching coding content, YouTube will potentially show you my live stream. So that is a thing. Yeah. Rescript and Elm. I'm not familiar with Rescript, but Elm is really cool. It's really cool. I don't think it caught on because the syntax is so weird. Like, I mean, it's very functional. I think isn't it like inspired, or isn't it Haskell-esque? But ultimately, like the guarantee of no runtime errors is pretty slick. Yeah. It disappeared when programming was at its peak. Yeah. And true, Daddy Ray. Like more subscribers have subscribed in later years. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess that's the other thing. Like, I could compromise, right? I could think about what are brands that I'm willing to advertise for. But ultimately, like, I just don't want to do paid sponsorships. I don't know. Yeah, YouTube offers transcoding for free. Yeah, I think it's a fine line, right? Because you could argue that this video that I published a day ago is clickbait. Because it's me punching ESLint and Prettier. I guess it kind of like the thing is like clickbait is clickbait if it doesn't deliver, right? I don't know. We could have a whole talk about the philosophy of clickbait, but ultimately it's like it is how channels grow. It is how they get people to click on their stuff. Like, and if you want new viewers, it has to be an enticing thumbnail. That's just how it works. Yeah, that's true, Mark. Yeah, so like if you're a partner, you're guaranteed transcoding. If you're not a partner, you only get transcoding if there's not other people in the queue waiting for it. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess that's the thing, right? Asset Spark is like there are certain things I use all the time where it would make sense that I got paid for using them. So well, that's awesome, Almasil. Like, it's pretty crazy to me that people actually found me on the archive channel. Yeah. I don't think I can do YouTube originals. I think you have to, like, YouTube has to reach out to you for that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a few of them. Yeah. And I think that's the thing is, like, I could be very selective about the sponsorships for sure. But I think the other, like, funny thing is, like, in all of my recent videos, I end it by saying Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. I have not seen any uptick in Twitch subs or patrons or anything like that. So it's like, even if I was pushing an affiliate link, would I actually get paid for it? I don't know. Let's answer a few more questions and then I'll get out of here. Terawatt says bundle size or user experience. What's the breakpoint between the two of those? I don't have an exact answer for you, but here's the thing. Depending on how you build the website, that bundle size is a one-time cost, right? So like somebody comes to your website for the first time, they eat that cost waiting for the app to load. But if you've written it in that way, now the app is just ready, right? Like now you're asking about maths. So it's like, especially like, let's say you built a completely client-side app and then like you just have an API backend, right? The end user eats the costs of the bundle size on first load, but after that, the entire app, the entire front-end app is completely cached by the browser, and the only cost you're paying now is requests for JSON data, which is why I built apps that way for the longest time. I mean, I still kind of build apps that way. So yeah, what's the breakpoint? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. Here we go. Arsham, I'll answer your question. Sorry about that. What do I think about backend as a service such as Supabase or Pocketbase? I think they're cool. I think, especially like if you're using all of Supabase and you are using their SDK and you're using things like row level security, you can get away with building a lot without the need for any custom backend code. Now that said, you probably still like you're gonna have some custom rules in the what are they called? Row level security and stuff like that. So that is a thing. But I do like the fact that Supabase is built on top of on top of open source technologies. So like if you decide to use Supabase and then you don't want to use them as a host anymore, you could potentially self-host or look into their tech stack. That like all of the open source stuff that they're using under the hood. Do they tell us about that? That's what I hate about Firebase. Yeah, so if you look at the architecture of Supabase, it's built on all of these open source technologies. So you might not have heard of Postgres, but this is a tool that you can point at a Postgres database and it exposes the whole thing as a REST API. So Supabase is very much built on top of this. And then they've added a bunch of custom extensions to Postgres to give you more of the features you'd expect in like a backend as a service. So basically they wrap this with some more features. They also have some Postgres extensions. And like they've been doing, like if you just look at their blog, they've been doing some really cool stuff just for like extensions of Postgres. So like Supabase is very much built on top of Postgres, built on top of tools like this. So that's cool. And I think that's the other thing is like as you build out your Supabase app, all of the stuff you're doing is just Postgres in a way. So like if you, at the end of the day, if you really don't want to use them anymore, you can just switch to using Postgres with your own Postgres database and bring over all of your row level security rules and stuff like that as well. Yeah. And honestly, like, I mean, this is relevant to what we were talking about earlier. I am not being paid for this. This is just my understanding of what Supabase does and my thoughts on like how, like what you might do if you were to use it. I haven't built anything big with Supabase. I've only built some like basic projects. I think that's potentially where you could run into an issue is when your app starts to grow and you have more real-time connections and more users, will the $25 a month satisfy what you need? Maybe not, but also that's not a lot of money, right? So like, let's say you need like double that. I mean, 100,000 monthly active users, like that's a really big app. I mean, even the free tier has 50,000. I don't know. I'm basically advertising for them. Supabase seems cool. Pocketbase is the self-hosted version, right? And like then that's the issue with Firebase is it's like per number of requests, but you don't actually know how many requests you're going to be making. Yeah. So Pocketbase is interesting, but the one like I think like the major difference between Pocketbase and Supabase is Pocketbase, I believe, is based on top of SQLite. Let's look at the docs. Does it scale only on a single server? So with Pocketbase, you're deploying to a single server, and that's it. But they do recommend, they do say that you could just have a really beefy server, like spin up an AWS. I mean, here they're saying a $6 VPS is going to be enough to handle 10,000 concurrent connections. Cool. But that's a trade-off with Pocket-Base is you need to maintain that virtual private server. So like you need a sysadmin or DevOps or something to maintain that server that Pocket-Base is running on. With Supabase, it's all out of, like you don't have to care about any of that. And they also have edge functions. So if you want to do some backend specific stuff, you can do that on their platform. Supabase, pay me money. I'm basically advertising for you right now. Yeah, and I the thing is, when I looked into it a while back, I don't know if it was super easy to self-host. Oh, they have a Docker container now. Does the Docker container give you a dashboard? Why would you self-host all that? I think that's basically, I kind of like that's the answer. Is it's really nice that they give you a hosted platform. You also don't have to worry about like edge function connection to your database and stuff. Like they have a way that you can enable connection pooling. Yeah, I mean we're gonna spin up a Supabase app right now. I've never self-hosted. I didn't know you could do this. Like if they give us a UI like this self-hosted, that's actually pretty slick. Because then, and especially because it's a Docker container, then you could use something like fly.io to deploy the Docker container. So that's cool. Add Composer to Supabase. Yeah, I was looking at fly.io. It's pretty slick. Pretty slick. Yeah. As a .NET developer, I really don't understand how backend as a service works. Basically, Supabase has a web dashboard where you get to write all of your security rules that say a user can only write to this table if they are authorized, and they can only modify values where the ID column is the current auth user ID. So they have a way of setting up all of those rules within their web dashboard, which are actually row-level security rules. So basically all of your backend type code, which is like locking things down, it happens within rules. And now your front-end code can just make whatever requests it wants, but because the backend is now locked down, the front end can't go wild and like delete everything because there are rules on the backend that prevent them from doing that. But essentially what that allows you to do is as if have a purely client-side application. Like you can create purely an app that is just a JavaScript app. No backend server required because all of the requests to the backend is happening over HTTP. So you don't even have a server runtime. You don't need a server runtime for your app at all. You can have just a standalone JavaScript app that talks to the Supabase backend, and it handles everything else. I don't know if that's the best explanation. Yeah. Are we there yet? What happened? It's still cloning. It's a really big repo. What if you want custom computations on the back end? You just create a serverless function, or you create a stored procedure inside of Postgres. Yeah, so if you look at Supabase, they also offer up edge functions. And so very similar, like if you've seen me working with Versal, similar idea. You just have like a little function that can respond to requests. But this little function can run in a basically it'll have the secret keys, so it's like almost like super admin access to your database, so you can write custom backend code though. Is it almost a gigabyte? Where's the I mean, we're at 500 megabytes. Okay, finally. Um all right. Supabase. Docker. Here we are. Acorn! Thank you for the raid. Um Welcome in, Raiders. What were you working on, Acorn? Foonie. Nice. You know what? After I do this explanation, we'll have to play a Foonie game. Yeah, definitely check out Foonie. That's an app that they work on with a bunch of multiplayer games. Welcome in, Raiders. You have arrived at a code Q&A, and I'm currently answering this question. What do I think about backend as a service, such as Supabase or Pocketbase? We talked about like what Supabase is. We talked about what Pocketbase is, and then now I'm in a rabbit hole where I saw that you can self-host Supabase. So I actually just wanted to see what happens if we try running Supabase locally. We'll do that, and then Docker compose up. Let's see. I still earlier we wrote some PHP. I got it. I got an entire Docker container running that had like PHP and MongoDB, but we're over that now. Honestly, let's play a Foonie game while our Docker container downloads. So this whole stream gets uploaded to the archive channel. That's another thing that I want to do. It's like a really big endeavor, I think. Is taking like every question I've ever answered and like making it nice and searchable and catalogable. But for now, this whole stream is going to be posted on the archive, so you can go like navigate through that. Let's play a game. What game should we play? We'll do Connect 4. Host versus everyone else. This is what we want to do. Do I just share the link? There we go. Yeah, I think that's a good point, Bally, is like I can try to summarize some of the my answers to these questions in like a quick 1-minute video. Yeah. This is really cool. What are you using for avatars? If you're still here, Acorn. These are like randomly generated avatars. It's pretty cool. I like them. Oh, so is it a library that's doing it? It's pretty slick. Yeah, Dice Bear. Oh, open source avatar library. Look at that. That's slick. Okay, here we go. Oh well, our doc. Whoa, it errored out, but we'll come back to it. Okay. It is Worthy Crane's turn. If you're out there, okay. Now, it's my turn. Wait, where did that blue one come from? Oh, okay. I see. I don't know what's the strat on Connect 4. So it's rotating through everyone else that's playing. And I think if you all want to collaborate, you can put your mouse where you think that they should play. Okay. Here? Yeah, you got to get 4 in a row. 4 in a row to win. I want the middle column to branch out. Yeah, I don't know Connect 4 strat. So Leaky Jug, it is your turn. um, here we go. Delicate Goldfish. It's your turn. You gonna forfeit? Yeah, I think we've reached an impasse. Because if either of us go there, then the other person wins. Oh, look at me! I win. Somebody threw the game. um, nice. Let's try another one. I think we played Connect Four last time. Can anyone suggest what's a good like me versus chat game? Type Royale? Let's try it. It's not me versus chat. What is it? Me versus everyone else or um everyone versus everyone? Let's do it. Everybody versus everybody. Also, our Docker failed. Driver failed programming external connectivity on endpoint supervised DB. Oh, it's just because I have Postgres running. I think. Yeah, I think Postgres is running because of our listed app. So I just need to stop that. Localhost 3000? Whoa! Okay, so I did not know. I didn't know you get a whole UI locally when you self-host this. That's fascinating. Okay, that's cool. Let's play the game. You're trying to build a browser and you want to know where to start. No. I'm making too many typos. Is that it? You're a fast typer. Does it say how much words per minute you got? Or wait, do you just have it? You have a cheat code, so you're always first place. let's do it one more time. Not yet. Okay, cool. I like this is really cool because I've done other typing games, but the fact that you can see where everyone else is pretty slick. 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and dedicated. Cool. Are you not familiar with that is, Tara? That's the Gettysburg Address by Abraham Lincoln. This is awesome. Great work, Acorn. I think it's a very I've never seen a typing race like that. That's a very clever idea. Yeah, so I was messing everybody else up because I was talking. Cool. All right. So back to the code stuff. We we cloned the repo, we started it up, and look at this. I literally have Supabase here. And like I can create a table like items. And then I can add a column like name. And this will be a varchar or be a text column. And then it can't be null. Is not nullable. Great. So now I have once it's done, I'll have a database table in my Postgres database that can accept that. And then we can actually call it from the API. So now it basically makes an items API available. I don't think you're going to get edge functions. Let's see. We have bucket storage. That's cool. I'm really curious how auth would work here, but yeah, I think you probably have to configure like an email provider or something like that. Fascinating. Add your API keys. Personally, though, I don't think it's worth the effort. Like their free tier is generous enough that I would just use them as a host. But it does seem like you can set all of that up. That's fascinating. Last time I looked at Supabase self-host, I don't think it had a UI at all. So that's really cool. So yeah, that's my opinion on it. It's fine. I think like at a certain point, you're gonna have to write some custom backend code, and at that point, you'll need like edge functions or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. All right, any more questions? And then I'm gonna get out of here because I've been live for 6 hours. This has been the longest live stream in a long time. 6 hours, wow. Should I solve this math problem? What's my schedule? Thank you for asking, Nick Tyndall. You can check out my schedule over there on my website. It says when I'm going to be live. The next stream is planned for Friday. It's the listed app. We work on it, the same app every Friday. Tomorrow, I might actually do a stream where I keep working on that Next.js app that we started on Monday. I don't know yet, though. I've been doing a lot of streaming lately. I probably need to take a break or two. But you can check the schedule out there. All right, let's try to solve this math problem. I'm gonna go. Yeah, thank you for asking. It's like you're asking. What was I gonna say? It's like you're a plant. And you're like, well, where can I learn more? You're probably not though, but you can learn more here. I have so I've summarized every live stream into like a 20-minute or so video. And so if you go watch these videos, you'll be caught up to what we've done so far to what we're going to be working on Friday. So, yeah. All right, let's do some maths. Check 1 2. There's no noise canceling on this mic, but it's probably better than being away from the other mic. All right. So Oscar says if A times B equals 2 and B times C equals 24 and C times A equals 3 and A and B and C are all positive, what is the value of A plus B plus C? So I don't know. I don't know. What's this? I think what we can do is try to write like one of these equations in relation to the others. So let's solve for a here. So a is equal to 3 minus c. So if we subtract c, we've balanced the equation. So a equals 3 minus c. Then we can update this equation up here. So 3 minus c times b equals 2. And then b times c equals 24. And then if we solve for c, we can get what b is. So if we divide by c on both sides, b is equal to 24 over c. Oh, you're right, it is division. You're totally right, I messed it up. So not minus c, divided by c. 3 divided by c. Okay, let's start over. Rewind. At this point, so we know a times b is 2, bc is 24, ca is 3. Okay, so yeah, you're totally right. So if I want to solve for a, I have to do a equals 3 divided by c. And then we can solve for b. We can say b equals 24 divided by c. And then what? So we have a and b. Oh yeah, then we can do 3 over c times 24 over c equals 2. Now, I think we can just do 24 times 3 is 672 over c squared, and that's equal to 2. Is that accurate? 3 times 4 is 2, carry the 1, 72. So 72 divided by c squared is 2. Now we solve for c, I guess. So if we multiply both sides by c squared, that should cancel out. So 72 is equal to 2c squared. And then if we divide by 2, we get... What's 72 divided by 2? 36. And that's equal to c squared. Now what? Now what? We've got that. We got this. We've got this. What is the value of a, b, and c if they're all positive? Take the square root. Oh, sure. Yeah. So the square root of 36, which is 6, is equal to c. So c equals 6. We've done it. And now we just plug it in. So a equals 3 divided by 6 is 1/2. And then b equals 24 divided by 6, which is 4. And c is equal to, yeah, so the value of c is 6, the value of a is 1/2, and the value of b is 4. Is it minus 6? Where? No, there's no minus sign here, I don't think, because whenever we take the square root, we don't have to change the sign. We take the square root of both sides, so we get c equals square root of 36. Add them all. I don't think we add them all up. Now we know what a, b, and c are, so we can basically we can validate. So we know a, we know b, we know c. So we can validate this. So if we plug in the numbers here and it doesn't equal 2, we've done something wrong. So basically 1/2 times 4 should equal 2. So 4 divided by 2 is 2. Good job. Now this is 4 times 6, and that's 24. That's correct as well. And then we plug it in here. So 6 times 1/2 is 3, and that's good. We did it! Maths! Math, 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 math. I realize you couldn't hear me, but give me a second. We got to solve a plus b plus c. So I forgot that the question says, what is the value of a plus b plus c? We just need 1/2 plus 4 plus 6. That's 10 and 1/2. There we go. That's the answer. All right, now we're done. Now we're done. Better than my chemistry. Math, 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 math. Great. Thank you for the question, Oscar. I'm glad I got it right. No, I think it's just a math thing. Like, you absolutely. I think it's just math. Yeah, I don't have any VPN recommendation because nobody's paying me. Basically, like if you just search the web for VPN that doesn't store logs, that'll set you on the right track. You'll find some reviews and stuff. Yeah. What happened to IRL streams? It's cold here, so I haven't been walking around because it's been cold. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you everybody for hanging out. This was a fun Q&A. Lots of good questions today. We had a good time. Let me tell you about all my stuff. Check me out over on YouTube. Like we said earlier, it really helps if you just, even if you're not interested in the videos, watch the videos. I get ad revenue, and I would appreciate it. You can also follow me on Twitter. That helps. And then check out the schedule. So the plan right now is to be live on Friday for the Friday project, but I might be live again tomorrow. If you join the Discord or sign up on my mailing list, I'll send out a notification if I do go live tomorrow. So that's it. That's all. Join us in the raid. Let's grab some raid messages. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. Yeah, possible surprise stream. If you're not a sub, use that message. Also, come up with your own raid message. Thanks again for all the supports today. That was absolutely insane. So many gifted subs. So many tips too. Streamlabs tips. I really do appreciate that. Because I'm supported by viewers like you, and that's fantastic, and I appreciate it. All right, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.